Hello. Ji. Assalamu alaikum everyone. May I request you to kindly take your seats as we are about to start our session for today. So good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and Assalamu alaikum. ACCA Pakistan would like to welcome you to the fifth edition of Pakistan Leadership Conversation. Pakistan Leadership Conversation is ACCA Pakistan's flagship event, a journey that commenced in 2017, and since then it has become one of the most sought after corporate events of Pakistan, a conference that is known to bring together the most intellectual and learned minds, leaders as influencers from corporate and industry sector, together under one roof as our esteemed speakers, esteemed panelists, and distinguished guests to discuss key opportunities and challenges, all with an objective to put together an actionable roadmap that is imperative for the socio-economic growth of Pakistan. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm pleased to share that we commenced our leadership conversation, insightful and exciting journey this year from Islamabad on 20th of February, followed by Karachi on 22nd Feb, and today Lahore is our last stop for this year. So I hope you have enjoyed and found our updates on Facebook useful from Islamabad and Karachi events. So, dear participants, the main theme for this year's Pakistan Leadership Conversation is shaping the future in uncertain times, learn, adopt, and thrive. So, we live in a world of worry. COVID-19 pandemics, unfortunately, still ongoing in some parts of the world, record breaking temperatures, fires, storms, and floods. These are all painting a picture of uncertain times and unsettled lives. There is peril in new uncertainties, but there is promise too, an opportunity to reimagine our futures, to renew and adopt our institutions and economies, and to craft new stories about who we are and what we value. This is the hopeful path forward, the path to follow if we wish to thrive in a world in flux, which means that today we will be having thought provoking conversations on vital themes relevant to current business and economic needs, such as climate action, our role in the development of future ready talent, power of digital, power of innovation, sustainability, ESG, and the importance of ethics and good governance. So, ladies and gentlemen, I am Javeria Malik, Education Relationship Leads at ACCA Pakistan, and I will be your host for today's PLC. And I would like to greet all of you to this conference today. We will be joined in a while by our guest of honor, Dr. Amjad Saqib, founder and CEO of Worth Foundation. And we also have with us a very special guest, Joseph Owolabi, president of ACCA. So today we are all in the same room as leading policymakers, thought leaders, corporate influencers, representatives from education sector and business operators, and we will engage in power-packed, high-octane, future-focused conversations pertinent to the national economic and financial stability along a path of sustainable and inclusive growth. So we will begin with one of the most important items on our agenda. Hence, I would request to those who can Please rise for the national anthem of Pakistan. Thank you, everyone. So, coming together is a beginning, keeping together is progress, and working together is success. And we have live example for this today. To our co-organizers, Seed Ventures, and our strategic partners, Bank Islami and the Coca-Cola Company, have played an integral part in making today's event possible. Our platinum partners today are Kansas School of Accountancy, U Microfinance Bank Limited, the Millennium Universal College, and their commitment to furthering today's agenda is commendable. Our gold partners, Adroit Accountics, or Box Accounting, PAC Group of Colleges, Mirchawala Hub of Accountancy, National Clearing Company of Pakistan Limited, Tabani's School of Accountancy, National Disaster Risk Management Fund, and Telenor Global Shared Services. We thank you for your support. Our supporting partners, Pakistan Business Council, Pakistan Stock Exchange, Special Technology Zones Authority, PASHA, KP Board of Investment and Trade, the Center of Excellence in Responsible Business, ICMA Pakistan, National Incubation Center, Universal Service Fund, Punjab Board of Investment and Trade, Punjab Information Technology Board, Central Purchase Power Agency, and CFA Society Pakistan have also shown tremendous support for today's event. Our outreach partners, the Centra Media, and finally, our knowledge partners, KPMG and Nutshell Group, thank you for being part of today's event. So, with all the dignified and respected corporate personalities in this hall, this event deserves the right head start. So, let me invite none other than Head of ACCA Pakistan, Mr. Asad Hamid Khan, for his welcome address. Asad would be talking about role of professional accountants in nation building. So, Asad, may I request your presence on stage?
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. See, I only heard one very distinct voice from our colleague Sajid. Anyone else? The entire room. Assalamu alaikum. That's more like it. Assalamu alaikum, ladies and gentlemen, members, our partners. It's an absolute pleasure to have you all here this morning. And I was just thinking that the journey that we started in Islamabad earlier this week with our President Joseph Ovalabi, who is visiting Pakistan for the first time. So how the news that we get to read, how the challenges that we get to know about and from our partners firsthand, how they can tie up with the opportunities on the ground. And let me assure you, I think it has been a very pleasant journey from Islamabad to Karachi and now Lahore. And I hope that we are able to bring the Pakistan opportunities for Joseph Ovalabi and anyone who wants to come and visit Pakistan. S- So, just to start with, in fact, you see, we chose for ourselves that we talk about professional accountancy in many spheres, so whether that is in the sphere of an organization, whether it is in the sphere of a personal development. But when we talk about their impact or contribution to the nation, so how do we actually create that linkage? So, like I shared everywhere, that each organization that you're representing is, as each individual, we are contributing as a unit to the gross domestic product, to the growth of this wonderful country, to the new sectors that are emerging, to the new investments that are expected to follow. And last but not the least, the optimism that we spread. So, this appears to be a very ambitious subject and topic, but I hope that we're able to really see how we can all rise and contribute to this exceptional and singular objective. So, moving on, just to share with you, ACCA being almost 120 years old. So, what is our history? So, we take a lot of pride in being a force of public good, being a professional accountancy body that focuses on developing not just the finance professionals, but the accountancy profession. And how does it do that? By creating opportunities. So today's theme, I'm sure that you would see that later in the conversations, whether it is our guest of honor, his amazing story around social impact, how uh, microfinance lending became a, a means to uplifting the economy and to alleviate poverty. So, and in terms of the history that we bring, 120 years, what has driven that? It has been innovation, it has been progressive thinking, it has been forward thinking, it has been around creating opportunity for anyone with ambition, irrespective of where they come from. So, and in terms of what our history brings for not just Pakistan, but for the global uh, presence that ACC has in any economy, is our commitment to the Sustainable Development Goals. So you would see that out of the 17 goals, we have committed to 9. And these are all relevant to what we experience on a day to day basis. You see, different avatars we wear or we exhibit, whether we are a learning provider, whether we are a finance professional, whether we are a treasury professional, whether we are a regulator. So, the entire focus about this conversation today is about sustainability, shaping the future in times of uncertainty, focusing on the three pillars of learning, relearning, unlearning, then adapting, and last but not the least, thriving. And how does that link up? So I just picked up that yesterday. So we were in Karachi for the same thing. Our national anthem. It talks about Shad Bad. It talks about Paindabad. So it's about sustainability, it's about prosperity, and it's about consistency and contribution as a nation, as individuals. How do we do that? Let's pick that up. And before we move on, so we have to understand that all the history that ACCA brings, the legacy that ACCA carries, the commitments it has made, it's made possible through a fantastic community which is spread worldwide. And we'll get to hear more details around that from our president. So just to share with you, we are at the moment 240,000 plus members. In this year, we expected to cross 250,000. So that will be a big contribution to development of professionals globally, and it links very well with Pakistan in terms of our youth. In terms of our future members, again, if we look at it, 540,000 plus future members, which includes your business leaders, your strategic business leaders of the future. So just to share with you that whenever we have this conversation, so we do not like to frame or brand this event as a conference. It is a conversation, It's all about exchanging ideas. It is all about bringing on the table and sharing wisdom and knowledge. And at the same time, focusing on two very key areas. What is the challenge, which is in fact an opportunity, and how we can address that challenge to achieve that opportunity. So just to share with you, although we may not be doing or scoring very well on the average GDP aspiration, but it is still an aspiration. So while we were in Karachi, so there was a lot of talk about how as individuals, as organizations, as entrepreneurs, everybody and anybody who has grown, they've always dreamt big. So 7% average GDP is what our focus. Then climate action, something that was picked up by my colleague Javeria earlier in her opening address. So you would hear these three words resonate time and again, whether you are a professional, whether you are a regulator, whether you are a policymaker, whether you represent the government, whether you represent industry, any cross section of that. Next, competitiveness. So global competitiveness, Pakistan, how competitive we are in terms of multiple variables, whether it is gender parity, whether it is economic participation, whether it is human development index, and how do people feel on the ground in terms of finding it competitive and easy to do business in Pakistan, whether they are your domestic players or your international players. And I've just spoken to you about our ambition and our commitment to the UNSDG. So moving on, so we have picked up on the themes, but you would see that we have deliberately kept within the center the future ready talent. So anything and everything that we are doing as professional accountants, as ACCA, your organizations, you as members, you are as professionals, we owe this responsibility to develop the generation which will take on the responsibility of a sustainable and inclusive, a developing and a growing Pakistan. So just to share with you that whether we talk about climate change, whether we talk about technology, whether we talk about fintech, whether we talk about the national plan to adapt and address climate change, whether we talk about sustainability, whether we talk about the reform that is happening in the public sector space, whether we're talking about the transparency that the public sector is striving to bring, whether we are talking about the transformation that is happening in their professionalization, whether it is systemic or whether it is related to human capital, capacity building. So these are the four verticals that we have continued to measure ourselves and develop over the last the journey that started in 2017. So you would be able to see the rest, but you would see that there is a green dot in there. So in these times, we have an opportunity where we see the public sector developing, transforming, professionalizing, and for effective public financial management, where there is a growing need and realization to bring in professionals. But if we look at the green dot talks about shared services, the back office operations that is coming to Pakistan, the offshoring services that is coming to Pakistan. Whether we are in Islamabad, whether we are in Karachi, whether we are here in Lahore, whether we are in Faisalabad, whether we are in Peshawar, you will get to know, hear about the opportunities, organizations from Pakistan, professionals from Pakistan, big brands servicing their captive operations outside Pakistan or servicing multiple clients in multiple jurisdictions, focusing all the way from the east to the west. So I'll request all of you to please look at this space, and we are proud to share with you that some of the big names over the last 3 to 4 months in these very challenging times have hired in excess of 700 professionals, and it is just the last 3 to 4 months. And these are known numbers. So I'm just talking about 2 to 3 organizations hiring to this scale. So last but not the least, so I will just close with this slide, drawing your attention to what ACCA, in addition to its purpose and vision, does best, and that is policy and insights. It's a great investment that we bring to yourselves. I would request you as members, senior professionals, senior stakeholders, corporate leadership, regulators, social impact players to please benefit from these researches. You would see all these 8 topics are embedded not just in the Lahore conversation, but the previous conversations that we have had, starting from Islamabad, yesterday in Karachi, and today concluding here in Lahore. So without further ado, I'll just close over here and request you, if you ever want to access these researches, we have this app which is free of cost, available on Play Store and multiple platforms. You can download these and really contribute to your organization. Last but not the least, thank you for actually joining us. We do know that these are slightly turbulent times, knowing how the political landscape is shaping, but wish you all a fantastic rest of the way, and please enlighten us with your wonderful insights. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Asid, for sharing with us how ACCA in Pakistan is creating opportunities and shaping the future for everyone, not just for the ACCA community or not just for the professional accountants, for reminding us of ACCA's commitment to UN SDGs, for linking national anthem to the theme of today's event, and most importantly, the pledge that you have requested ACCA members present in this hall and watching us online, joining us online, to contribute to the GDP growth in the next 7 years. We aspire to be at 7%. World Bank this year, by the way, has predicted a GDP growth of 2% in Pakistan. So do you think ACCA members in the next 5 years can make that difference? And maybe our aspiration is to grow it to 7%. And if you ACCA members and all of us, the businesses present in the hall today can we take it from 2% as projected by World Bank this year to 7% in the next 5 years? Positivity is very important. Pakistan is also ranked 110th on the global competitive index currently. So can, we all of us together present in this hall today, can we take it to under 50? Again, in your round of applause. Can we commit to climate action? So if you've followed our updates on Islamabad conference, there was a lot of conversation on the national adaptation plan. We don't have it specifically covered in today's agenda, but you can review the recordings present on Facebook, and I would also encourage you to read through it on the website of Ministry of Climate Change. So our commitment to climate action and our commitment to 9 out of 17 UN SDGs. So thank you very much once again, Asid, for reminding us of these very important agenda items. So joining us today, ladies and gentlemen, all the way from Australia, is ACCA's President, Joseph Owolabi. So Joseph will be delivering a keynote speech on accounting for a better world, business and government. But let me introduce Joseph to you first. He's a chartered certified accountant, a fellow of the ACCA with over 25 years of experience in the finance and accounting profession. Prior to his current designation, he served as the council member of the association, representing the African region. He has also held various leadership roles in the finance and accounting industry, including CFO at a multinational company and as an independent consultant, providing financial management and governance services to private and public sector organizations. He's responsible for leading the organization and representing the interest of its over 783,000 members and students in 178 countries around the world. He works closely with the ACCA leadership team to promote the value of the accountancy profession, support the professional development of ACCA members, and advance the association's strategic objectives. He's absolutely committed to promoting ethical and sustainable business practices globally and to ensuring that the accountancy profession continues to play a vital role in driving economic growth and development around the world. So Joseph joined us on Monday. We've taken him for a ride from Islamabad to Karachi and to Lahore today. He's received a very warm welcome in Islamabad and Karachi. And let's see how you all welcome him to the stage today. So Joseph, over to you.
Thank you, thank you. A round of applause for our compere today. Great job. She was also the master of ceremony at Islamabad. So thank you for the great work you do. Assalamu alaikum, everybody. Good morning to you. It's a unique pleasure for me to be with you all today. I'm especially gladdened because this is my first trip as ACCA Global President. So it's not a coincidence that I'm having to spend my first week outside of Australia or my home country with you all in Pakistan. So thank you to Saad and the team and everyone for inviting me. First, I'd like to say a bit about what I represent. So I represent two-thirds of a million students and members of ACCA, and we're in 178 countries. One of those countries is Pakistan, right? So it's a unique pleasure for me. I haven't started my journey with ACCA just a few years down the line. I became a member just about 12 years ago. So to be able to be here today, being president of ACCA, global president and chairman of our board, just speaks to the values that ACCA demonstrates. We give opportunity to people of ability. So wherever they are, for a young boy growing up in Nigeria, Nigeria's got so many similarities with Pakistan, and I'll come there in a bit. But for a young boy growing up in Nigeria to have this opportunity to lead our members is just an opportunity and a grace of a lifetime that I'll never take for granted. So thank you again, and it's so refreshing to see many people that have, a number of our members are also here in the room. Thank you so much. I've interacted with over the years on LinkedIn, or seeing them face to face from Islamabad to Karachi and here in Lahore. It just gives me so much joy. For me, I feel there's so many links that I can draw from first being a Nigerian. I was born in Nigeria. Nigeria has over 200 million people, very similar to Pakistan. I know Pakistan's already beating us to that. You're over 220 million. So that's more than Nigeria, but quite similar. In terms of demography, Nigeria, and by extension, all of Africa, has young people, what you will call youths, whatever the classification, 15 to 29, young people making up about 60%. I also understand that that's similar to what we have in Pakistan. In fact, the places I have visited in Pakistan, we started first with Islamabad, which is the seat of power, political structure. We have a place like that in Nigeria called Abuja, where we've got the Senate and all of that. And we were in Karachi yesterday, which has a port and business, financial services. We have a place called Lagos, and it has 25 million people in that city in Nigeria. And Lahore is cool, chilled. I don't know how to think of everything here. I'm excited to be with you. Those are the good things, but there are also some not so good things that link those two countries together. Last year in Nigeria, we had one of our major rivers, River Niger, overflow its bank, and 100,000 homes were destroyed. 1.5 million people displaced. About 600 people lost their lives. They were drowned. As catastrophic and fatal that was, it does not compare to what your people had to go through when, as a result of melting glaciers and all of climate change, we had some communities being flooded and wiped off here in Pakistan. We don't fully understand the total cost of that incident, but we know today that 1,500 people lost their lives. The unfortunate thing about those two incidents, Nigeria and Pakistan, is they were not an accident. It wasn't a coincidence. In fact, you could argue that we saw it coming. And Nigeria and Pakistan, as much as we want to believe are isolated events, they're not unique. Australia, where I live, and I'm also a citizen, in 2020 had the worst of our bushfires in over 100 years. In fact, in Sydney alone, that bushfire destroyed the area bigger than Belgium and Sweden in just one state. We lost over 1 billion animals. In fact, some of the species will never, ever be found again. That's Australia. But there's South Africa. There's LA in California with the fires. It's all over the world. Right now, the existential risk of climate change is staring us in the face. And it's good to know that we've got policymakers here in the room today, business leaders that can take action. And these conversations, bringing us together, would make us begin to consider what additional steps we need to take as business community to bring about the change that we need to see. You might be thinking, oh, is this speech about climate change? Am I going to bore you about protest and all of that? Not really. You might also think that because of how complicated this is, nobody or everyone cannot make an impact. However, I argue that even though everyone might appear not to be able to do something, each one of us can take action and have a place in this call to action. For us at ACCA, we built our strategy around brand themes. One of our recent brand themes includes accounting for a better future. And through this work, we've been able to identify 7 core areas where we believe that by focusing on this, we'll be able to make an impact towards creating a sustainable future. Number 1 is building resilient economies. And I've heard that over again, listening to panelists in the other locations in Islamabad and Karachi. I see that Pakistan has started focusing on how to build resilience in the economy, despite the challenges that the country is facing. It's about developing the talent of tomorrow. To get Pakistan and indeed the world to where we want to go to, we need people, skilled resource. And that's where ACCA also comes in, by playing our part in developing the professional accountant that the world needs, in developing the profession itself. We're giving opportunity to young people, people of ability, anywhere they might be, in cities that I've visited, in other parts, remote parts of Pakistan, that might not have those opportunities, by ensuring that they do have those opportunities. It's about driving sustainable businesses. It's not enough for business to declare huge profit. It's about what they're doing with the impact they make on the environment, what they're doing about their people, social issues, social justice, encouraging women, not just to recruit women, but ensuring that women get to the top of the organization. That's also a challenge everywhere, not just in Pakistan or Nigeria, but even in Australia. The developed countries are even struggling with it. So if 50% of both genders come in, at the end of the day, by the time you get to the C-suite, it's just more of men. And that's a challenge we need to all visit. It's about advancing standards and regulations. So recently, the International Sustainability Standards Board have now issued their standard for sustainability, which would become effective from 2024 next year. And these are some of the areas where we need to have uniform benchmark. It's not enough to just report. Organizations need to have a basis, a standard to which they capture their sustainability metrics. It's about transforming the public sector. In Pakistan, that's even more important. We want to ensure that we not only attract the right resource into corporate Pakistan, but the government entities, the state-owned enterprise need intelligent, bright-minded Pakistans also. They need them to work. They need them to help with decision-making. And so what we are doing with our recent project, which was launched at the World Congress of Accountants 3 months ago, is to ensure that the finance function within the public sector can be professionalized. The same way you have people coming in as accountants, financial controllers, CFOs, finance directors in corporate sector. The public sector needs to have a ladder, a pathway for accountants to be able to grow into professionals so that they can retain the bright and brightest. It's about supporting entrepreneurial growth. We've seen in Pakistan that young people, through innovation, are paving the way for what will be the future of Pakistan. And ACCA want to ensure that business leaders like yourself can provide the right support that the Gen Zs and young people of this world need to be able to make that impact. It's about strengthening ethics and trust. We cannot do anything until there's trust. Trust in the capital markets, trust in the money market, trust in the retail sector, trust in extractive sector, trust in hospitality. And as accountants, we will play a critical role there. I used the word practical earlier ago because as accountants, we believe in figures. If you cannot measure it, we don't believe in it. Sustainability needs to have tangible ways in which all the outcomes can be measured. And so when you look at financial reporting, you have standards, you have KPIs that can be set. Sustainability, non-financial reporting need to have similar metrics, and assurance over this would help increase that. I'll share a powerful story with you. With COVID, we understood that many people could not advance in their qualification. However, ACCA spearheaded what we call the remote learning approach, and we also opened up remote invigilation. Many young people in Pakistan were among the few all around the world that were enthusiastic and also imbibed this approach. By following the remote learning approach, we were able to reach more Pakistanis than we had before through our open or face-to-face approach. And this meant that women and other people in remote areas that didn't have access to the qualification now, through opportunities and the platform of remote learning, can be able to continue or advance in their pursuit to have a professional qualification. Technology is changing the world, not just with remote learning, but with the EdTech, which you all are familiar with. And we see that very innovative approach to learning, building skills from university up to vocational skills are now going in that way. And ACCA over the last 5 years have continued to invest. We've got a digital transformation project whereby we're investing in technology to be able to fast track this strategy going forward. The question around sustainability, I would argue, is not an ethical question. It's a commercial question. It's not enough for you and I as business leaders to only focus on the bottom line. We've seen over and over again that institutional investors, private investors are paying more attention to the environmental, social, and governance indicators. In fact, young people nowadays would not work for you if you do not show that you care about mental health, if you do not show that you care about the communities where you have your factories, where you recruit people from. Suppliers will not want to be associated with you. A good example of this is in Australia. Our political landscape changed last year. For the first time in over a long time, the two major parties lost control. We had young people coming under, what they call the Green Party, taking over the Senate, and now providing that, strong fraction even within our parliament. Climate change is already here. Perceptions around your attitude as business leaders, issues other than profit, has become so important. I believe that working together today, we begin to explore some of these ideals and begin to chart a new course of action. But thank you for listening to me, and thank you for attending this session. Speak to you all soon. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much, Joseph, for your influential message. Needless to say that we're truly humbled to have you in Pakistan, and we hope that the participants present in the hall today would make you feel at home in the little time that you have left with us, I think less than 24 hours, and also for reminding us that sustainability is not an ethical question anymore. It's a commercial question. So thank you very much once again. Ladies and gentlemen, please, if I can have a final round of applause for Joseph. So today's event would not have been possible without our partners, as they have contributed immensely to assist us in delivering our goals for today, as we share common objectives of contributing positively to the national economic prosperity. Their expertise and knowledge is what we would like to share with our audience today, and hence from our co-organizers, Shaista Aisha, CEO, Seed Ventures, has joined us and will be sharing her valuable thoughts on opportunities amidst times of uncertainty. So in your round of applause, over to you, Shaista.
Esteemed guests and colleagues, Honorable Chief Guest, esteemed panelists and speakers, Joseph, again, it's an inspiration to listen to you and to hear you talk about sustainability. Assalamu alaikum and good morning to you all. I would like to welcome you to Pakistan Leadership Conversations 2023, and we are very pleased to be doing this a second time around with ACCA in Islamabad, Lahore, and Karachi. As we gather here today to discuss opportunity amidst times of uncertainty, it is important to recognize the global risks that the world is facing. According to the report by the World Economic Forum, in the next 2 years, the most severe global risk will be the cost of living. However, in the decade, the main concern will shift to environmental and societal crises caused by underlying issues such as geopolitical and economic trends. The loss of biodiversity and the collapse of ecosystems are among the key risks that are predicted to become major problems in the next decade. Furthermore, all 6 environmental risks are expected to be among the top 10 risks in the next 10 years. So it's crucial that we start thinking about how we're going to be dealing with these situations because they're eventually going to become catastrophes if we do not take action now. So the interesting thing is that the thematic areas for PLC 2023 this year, they actually open up a roadmap of opportunities of how we can deal with the risks that we will all be facing in the next 10 years. Climate action and sustainability provides us with an opportunity to create a more resilient and a sustainable future. What we can do is invest in renewable energy, we can promote sustainable agriculture, and we can adopt circular economy principles so that new jobs and new opportunities open up. Inclusive growth, we need to concentrate more on this specific aspect, because one effect of climate change, which has disproportionately affected a community, are people from the marginalized community, which includes people with disabilities, it includes refugees, it includes women, it includes the transgender community. So we now need to think as people together in terms of how we are going to take more cohesive action to include them in society. If you talk about digital technologies and you talk about innovation and startups, so entrepreneurship is definitely a vehicle that opens up opportunities in the economy. And with the new technologies that are coming up, we can leverage these to create new products and services, drive innovation, increase productivity. And where there is an issue of mobility and connection, technology can bring people closer. It can actually change the landscape. We need to develop our young people for jobs of the future. We cannot think that the skills that they have today are going to be relevant in the next 10 decades. We need to think about AI. We need to think about educating them on SDGs, on climate change, because this is where the world is moving. If you talk about ethics and leadership and governance, it is an intrinsic part of everything that we do. But when it comes to the next 10 decades, we can and we should be promoting ethical and transparent practices. We should be holding our leaders accountable for their actions. And there should be transparency in the system, and the governance system should be responsive to the needs of society. What we need is transformational change at 4 levels: the individual level, the community level, the institutional level, and at the systemic level. So what is it that all of you can do at an individual level to align yourselves with the changes that we are going to be facing? You need to assess your own carbon footprint, and you need to see how you can reduce it. Use of plastic, waste of paper. You need to understand and study and really scrutinize your production and consumption patterns and your lifestyle patterns and adopt more sustainable lifestyle practices. What can we do at a community level? And again, community is about bringing people together. It is about cohesion. It is about understanding the ones who don't have access to certain resources. And you need to look at how we can all work together for environmental sustainability. हम अक्सर indigenous communities को भूल जाते हैं और सवाल और जवाब जो sustainability का है वो उन्हीं के पास है. वो पिछले कई सालों से ये करते आए हैं. I think हम रेस में यूजुअली इंडिजिनस कम्युनिटीज उनके तौर तरीकों को भूल जाते हैं और वो याद रखना और याद दिलाना बहुत ज्यादा जरूरी है. आप इंस्टीट्यूशनल लेवल पे क्या कर सकते हैं? आप ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस हैं, कॉर्पोरेट्स हैं. आई थिंक इट इज इंपॉर्टेंट टू स्टडी द वे दैट यू आर प्रोड्यूसिंग, द वे दैट यू आर मैन्युफैक्चरिंग, एंड फॉर द लैक ऑफ अ बेटर टर्म राइट नाउ, द कोलैटरल डैमेज ऑफ आवर एक्शंस. हम जहां इस वक्त दुनिया इस वक्त जहां खड़ी हुई है वो शायद हमारे इंडिविजुअल एक्शंस का भी नतीजा है, लेकिन उससे ज्यादा कलेक्टिवली कंजम्पशन की रेस में, ज्यादा प्रोड्यूस करने की रेस में, ज्यादा प्रॉफिट के लिए हम अब अपने एक्शंस का कोलैटरल डैमेज जो है वो फेस कर रहे हैं. एंड वी नीड टू सी कि इसको रिड्यूस कैसे कर सकते हैं. हाउ कैन वी वर्क टुगेदर ऑन प्रायोरिटाइजिंग सस्टेनेबिलिटी एंड एनवायरमेंटल रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी. But the game changer in all of this would be systemic change. And we need to really fundamentally think about the way and what our relationship is with the environment and with our economic systems. We need to unlearn, we need to question the paradigms and actually do away with most of the theories that were taught to us in school and college and see if it's really, really working for the planet or not. And I think COVID showed us that capitalism doesn't work. This is why where we are today. What we need is to shift to a circular economy. I think जो जिन economies में loop होता है, जो circular होती हैं, जो reuse की तरफ अपने consumers को लेके जाती हैं, वो sustainable होती हैं. जिनके structures linear होते हैं, वो unsustainable होते हैं, and ultimately we're left with waste. We're left with things that we cannot no longer manage. So I think the shift has to be where we are promoting environmental justice, where we are promoting equity, and recognizing that environmental issues are often intertwined with social and economic issues. This includes, again, addressing the disproportionate impact of environmental degradation on marginalized communities and promoting access to clean water, air, land for everybody. What we need is a policy framework which incentivizes sustainable practices and disincentivizes unsustainable ones. This includes implementing carbon pricing mechanisms, carbon taxes or cap and trade systems, and phasing out subsidies on fossil fuels. We should also be supporting and promoting sustainable procurement practices. The entrepreneurs and the young startups that are coming up, they need to be educated on how to make systems that are addressing these specific issues. In conclusion, what I'd like to say that although we have a lot of challenges that we're going to be facing in the next decade, we must not lose sight of the opportunities that exist. And by embracing some of the thematic areas that we're talking about at PLC today, I think we can do a lot. And we must work together to create a more resilient, sustainable, and equitable future for ourselves and for the coming generations. Thank you very much. Enjoy your day.
Thank you very much, Shaista Aisha, for some very pertinent questions that we should all ask ourselves. What is our relationship with the environment and with this planet, and what each one of us and our businesses can do to bring around the transformational change that we are discussing today. And I would also like to thank Seed Ventures for being co-organizers for today's event and your support. So may I request, Shaista, if you can please come on stage, and also request the presence of Asid Hamid Khan, Head of ACCA Pakistan, and Shahid Khan, Head of Business Development, ACCA Pakistan, on stage to present a token of appreciation to our co-organizers. Thank you. Any round of applause? Thank you. So, on behalf of ACCA, I cordially welcome our guest of honor, the very inspirational Dr. Amjad Saqib, founder and CEO of Akhuwat Foundation. Dr. Amjad Saqib originally hails from civil services of Pakistan. He's the founder and chairman of Akhuwat, the largest interest-free microfinance program in the world. His areas of expertise include governance, poverty alleviation, microfinance, and rural development. Dr. Saqib has also received worldwide recognition, including an award which is popularly known as Asia's Nobel Prize. He's also recipient of Social Entrepreneur of the Year Award for 2018 by World Economic Forum and Shoaib Foundation, and Commonwealth's 31st Point of Light Award by Queen Elizabeth II in 2018. Dr. Saab will be guiding us about achieving sustainable economic growth in uncertain times. So in a round of applause, may I request Dr. Amjad Saqib to please join us on stage.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Thank you very much for a very kind introduction and kind words. Very honorable Mr. Joseph Awalabi, CEO, Janab Asad Hamid Khan Sahab, Mr. Rajid Alim, Muhammad Shahid Khan Sahab, Vice Chancellor Lums Dr. Arshad Ahmed Sahab, खुशनूद साहब मुझे नजर आए, और बेहद distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let me first thank you for inviting me to this audience, the most distinguished. I have taken the permission of your CEO to speak in my national language, and I have requested Shahid Khan to translate my words later on. But I have also requested the Honorable CEO to come and visit our university whenever he comes to Pakistan next time, because we always say that people are reluctant to come to Pakistan, but once they visit, they often desire to come again. So we will be waiting there in a university which doesn't charge any fee from the students. तो ख़वातीन और हज़रात, पहली बात तो मुझे एक बड़ा मुश्किल सा मौजू दिया गया है. मैं इकोनॉमिस्ट नहीं हूँ, फाइनेंशियल एक्सपर्ट नहीं हूँ. ग्रोथ इन अनसर्टन टाइम्स. अनसर्टन टाइम्स क्या होते हैं? गैर यकीनी सूरत हाल एक मुहिम्मा है समझने का न समझाने का. जिंदगी ख्वाब है किसी दीवाने का. तो हर लम्हा मेरे नज़दीक अनसर्टन है. हमें अपनी ज़िंदगी के बारे में क्या यकीन है कि अगला सांस आएगा या नहीं आएगा? ये सिलसिला रोज़ व शब कहीं थमेगा या नहीं थमेगा? सांसों का यह तसलसल ऐसे ही चलेगा? पिछली एक सदी में देख लें, पहली जंग अजीम अनसर्टेनिटी, दूसरी जंग अजीम अनसर्टेनिटी, डिप्रेशन अनसर्टेनिटी, पाकिस्तान बन गया अनसर्टेनिटी, 65 वॉर अनसर्टेनिटी, हज़ारों लाखों लोगों का हिजरत अनसर्टेनिटी, 71 वॉर अनसर्टेनिटी, आइन का ना होना और आइन का बनना अनसर्टेनिटी, पैदर पे मार्शल लॉज अनसर्टेनिटी. अब आज के दौर के मसाइब और मुश्किलात का एक तज्जिया करें. क्लाइमेट चेंज, ग्लोबल वार्मिंग, फ्लड्स, सैलाब. तो हर लम्हा हमें अनसर्टेनिटी का सामना है. اور زندگی غیر یقینی حالات کو تسخیر کرنے کا نام ہے. چلا جاتا ہوں ہنستا کھیلتا موجے حوادث سے، اگر آسانیاں ہوں زندگی دشوار ہو جائے. تو یہ زندگی ہے ہی مشکلات اور غیر یقینی کیفیت کا نام. پہلے درخواست تو میری یہی ہے. تو گروتھ کے جو اصول ہیں وہ ہمیشہ ایک ہی جیسے ہوتے. دوسری چیز، میں کچھ اختلاف کی جرت کروں گا. آپ سب لوگ، جیسا ابھی ہمارے فاضل مقررین نے کہا کہ اکاؤنٹنٹس ہیں، نمبرز پہ یقین رکھتے ہیں. آپ کہتے ہیں 2+2 4 ہے. میں کہتا ہوں 2+2 3 بھی ہو سکتا ہے، 5 بھی ہو سکتا ہے. اب آپ اس پہ یقین نہیں کریں گے لیکن میں یقین کرتا ہوں. سب کچھ فزیکل نہیں ہے، کچھ میٹا فزیکل بھی ہے. سب کچھ وہی نہیں ہے جو یہاں ہو رہا ہے، پس منظر میں بھی کچھ ہو رہا ہے. سب کچھ وہی نہیں ہے جو سطور میں لکھا ہوا ہے، بین السطور بھی ہے. سب کچھ وہی نہیں ہے جو ورک پہ لکھا ہوا ہے، پس ورک بھی کچھ ہے. سب کچھ وہی نہیں ہے جو منظر ہے، پس منظر بھی ہے. سائنسدان خدا پہ یقین رکھتے ہیں یا نہیں رکھتے. few people believe in God, few are atheist, few are agnostic، جو کہتے ہیں شاید ہے شاید نہیں ہے. تو مجھے بھی اس امر پہ یقین رکھنے کا حق دیجئے کہ 2+2 4 ہمیشہ نہیں ہوتے. آپ نے شاید برکت کا نام بھی سنا ہو، آپ نے شاید اخلاص کا نام بھی سنا ہو. جب اخلاص ہوتا ہے تو میری والدہ جب کھانا دیتی تھی، اچانک کوئی مہمان آ جاتا تھا تو وہی 4 روٹیاں 10 لوگ کھاتے تھے اور پیٹ بھر کے کھاتے تھے، اور وہ کہتی تھی یہ برکت ہے. ہاؤ ول یو میئر دیٹ؟ وہ کیا کہتے ہیں کہ خوگرے ہم سے تھوڑا سا گیلا بھی سن لے. میری اس بات سے آپ اختلاف تو کریں گے لیکن برا نہ منائیے. میں ایک اور پرسپیکٹو آپ کے سامنے رکھنا چاہتا ہوں کہ انسرٹن ٹائمز میں کیسے کام کیا جاتا. تو یہ میں ایک سماجی کارکن ہوں، ایک سوشل سائنٹسٹ کہہ لیں، طالب علم ہوں. میں نے لوگوں کو کچھ نہ ہوتے ہوئے بھی ہنستے مسکراتے کھیلتے دیکھا ہے، اور میں نے دولت کے انبار ہوتے ہوئے بھی لوگوں کو بے چین و بے قرار دیکھا ہے. اس شخص کو بھی دیکھا ہے. ابھی میں چند دن پہلے ڈیرہ بگٹی گیا ہوا تھا. آپ میں سے شاید کوئی لوگ ڈیرہ بگٹی نہیں گئے ہوں گے. اور پھر اس کے بعد میں چلا گیا تھر کے صحرا میں، مٹھی، تھر پار کر، چھاچھرو. یہ بھی شاید آپ کے لیے ایسے نام ہوں جو بہت کانوں میں نہیں گونجتے. کسی شخص کے پاؤں میں جوتی نہیں ہے، 6 میل دور سے جا کے ایک عورت پانی لے کے آتی ہے. کوئی سکول نہیں ہے، کوئی چھت نہیں ہے کہ 55 درجہ حرارت میں کوئی کسی درخت کا شجرے، جسے کہتے ہیں کہ کوئی شجرے سایہ دار نہیں ہے جہاں پر بیٹھ کر کوئی دم لے سکے، پیاس بجھا سکے. کھلی چھت آسمان کی ہے، جھونپڑیاں ہیں، اور وہ جب لوگ رات کو سوتے ہیں تو وہ فطرت سے گفتگو کرتے ہیں، آسمان سے باتیں کرتے ہیں، چاند سے باتیں کرتے ہیں، ستاروں سے باتیں کرتے ہیں اور خوش ہوتے ہیں. میں ایک رات وہاں سویا اور ساری رات ستاروں کو دیکھتا رہا، اور ایک شعر میرے کانوں میں گونجتا رہا کہ اس گھر کی کھلی چھت پہ چمکتے ہوئے تاروں، کہتے ہو کبھی بات وہاں جا کے یہاں کی. اس لیے میں اس روشن کمکموں بھرے خوبصورت حال میں اس صحرا کی بات کر رہا ہوں جس پہ چاند چمکتا ہے اور لوگ چاند سے محو گفتگو کرتے ہیں. پھر بھی خوشی کیوں ہے ان کے چہرے پہ؟ پھر بھی وہ مطمئن کیوں ہیں؟ پھر بھی وہ مجھے گلے لگا کے اپنی محبت کا اظہار کیوں کرتے ہیں؟ یہ باتیں بھی سوچنے کے لیے ہیں. گروتھ کیا ہے؟ کیا مٹیریل گوڈس کی پروڈکشن ہے، سروسز میں اضافہ ہے، یا گروتھ کے اندر کوئی خوشی کا پہلو بھی شامل ہے؟ اطمینان قلب بھی کسی چیز کا نام ہے، سکون بھی کسی چیز کا نام ہے، اور یہ احساس بھی اس کے اندر کہیں آتا ہے کہ نہیں کہ ایک روز ہم نے خدا کے حضور پیش ہو کر اپنے عمل کا حساب دینا ہے۔ ہر چند ہو مشاہدہ حق کی گفتگو، بنتی نہیں ہے بادہ و ساغر کہے بغیر۔ تو میں آپ سب صاحبان کا اس طرف توجہ بھی دلاؤں گا کہ گروتھ کو ڈیفائن تو کیجئے۔ ہم نے گروتھ کو صرف جی ڈی پی، پروڈکشن، گڈس، سروسز، ابھی محترمہ کہہ رہی تھیں کہ صرف ہم نے محدود کر دیا اس کو مٹیریلزم کے ساتھ۔ مادیت، روحانیت بھی کسی چیز کا نام ہے۔ تو میرے نزدیک انسرٹن ٹائمز تو ہمیشہ ہیں، اور گروتھ کے لیے سب سے پہلی چیز جو ہے وہ اخلاقیات ہے۔ آپ یقیناً کہیں گے کہ یہ تو بڑی کوئی احمقانہ سی گفتگو ہے کہ ہمیں تو پتہ چلنا چاہیے کہ کاروبار کیسے بڑھے گا، دولت کیسے جنم لے گی، تجوریاں کیسے آباد ہوں گی، بینک بیلنسز میں کیسے اضافہ ہوگا، آرام اور آسائش کی زندگی۔ لیکن میرے نزدیک اخلاقیات ہی اس کارخانہ قدرت کی بنیاد ہے۔ ہم سچ بولتے ہیں، ہم امانت اور دیانتداری سے کام کرتے ہیں، ہم ایکوٹیبل ڈسٹریبیوشن آف ریسورسز پہ یقین رکھتے ہیں، ہم ایک شخص کو 1 کروڑ روپے تنخواہ دیتے ہیں، ایک شخص کو 18,000 بھی نہیں دیتے۔ واٹ از گروتھ؟ کیا گروتھ یہ ہے کہ ایک شخص دولت کماتا چلا جائے اور ایک شخص مشین کا پرزہ بن کر، اس کا محکوم بن کر اس کی دولت میں اضافے کا باعث بنتا چلا جائے؟ تو میں صرف تھوڑا سا منظر نامے کو وسیع کرنے کی کوشش کر رہا ہوں کہ گروتھ کو میجر کرنے کے لیے کچھ اور چیزیں بھی ہیں۔ میرے نزدیک انسرٹن ٹائمز میں اخلاقیات کیا ہے؟ سب سے پہلے انٹیگریٹی ہے۔ واٹ از انٹیگریٹی؟ انٹیگریٹی از کورسپونڈنس بٹوین ورڈز اینڈ ڈیڈز۔ قول اور فعل میں تضاد کا نہ ہونا انٹیگریٹی ہے۔ کیا اس کے بغیر گروتھ ہو سکتی ہے؟ کیا اس کے بغیر کسی صحرا میں امید کا چراغ روشن ہو سکتا ہے؟ کیا ملک ترقی کر سکتا ہے؟ یہ سنگ و خشت، یہ بندرگاہیں، یہ ایئرپورٹ، یہ بڑی بڑی عمارتیں، یہ موٹر ویز، یہ تو ترقی نہیں ہے۔ ترقی کو کچھ لوگ یہ بھی کہتے ہیں کہ وہ قوم، وہ ملک، وہ معاشرہ سب سے زیادہ ترقی یافتہ ہے جس میں سب سے کمزور لوگوں کو محبت کی نظر سے دیکھا جائے۔ ترقی کے پرکھنے کا معیار یہ سنگ و خشت کی عمارتیں نہیں ہیں۔ ترقی کو پرکھنے کا معیار یہ ہے کہ اس معاشرے میں سب سے کمزور شخص کے ساتھ کیا سلوک ہوتا ہے۔ انٹیگریٹی ہے، اکاؤنٹیبلٹی ہے۔ گروتھ نیڈز اکاؤنٹیبلٹی، سیلف اکاؤنٹیبلٹی۔ کیا میں شام کو پوچھتا ہوں کہ آج میرا دن کیسا گزرا؟ حضرت علی کرم اللہ وجہہ نے کہا کہ وہ شخص برباد ہوا جس کا آج اس کے کل سے اچھا نہیں تھا۔ تو گروتھ کرنی ہے تو آج کو اچھا کریں اور آنے والے کل کو اس سے اچھا کریں۔ پھر ایمپتھی ہے۔ ایمپتھی نہیں ہے تو کیا گروتھ کریں گے ہم سمپتھی میں بڑے خوش ہوتے ہیں۔ ایک شخص کو 10 روپے دے دیے، 100 روپے دے دیے، اپنے ضمیر کو تھپکیاں دے دے کے سلا دیا کہ ہم نے کسی شخص کی مدد کی ہے، اس کے آنسو پوچھے ہیں، اس کو روٹی دی ہے۔ نہیں، گروتھ یہ نہیں ہے۔ گروتھ کا تقاضا یہ ہے کہ ہم ایمپتھی کے حوالے سے دیکھیں کہ وہ جو شخص باہر چوک پہ کھڑا ہوا کشکول گدائی اٹھا کے آپ کی طرف امید بھری نظروں سے دیکھ رہا ہے، ایک لمحے کے لیے سوچیں کہ اس شخص کی جگہ میں کھڑا ہوں، مجھ پہ کیا بیتے گی؟ میری عزت نفس، میرا وقار کہاں جائے گا؟ اللہ کے رسول صلی اللہ علیہ وآلہ وسلم نے کہا کہ دوسروں کے ساتھ ویسا ہی سلوک کرو جیسا سلوک تم چاہتے ہو تمہارے ساتھ کیا جائے. دس از دی ٹرو ڈیفینیشن آف گروتھ. کیا ہم دوسروں کے ساتھ وہ سلوک کرتے ہیں جو سلوک ہم چاہتے ہیں؟ میری دولت محفوظ رہے میں چاہتا ہوں، میرا گھر محفوظ رہے، میری عزت محفوظ رہے. کیا یہی کچھ میں چاہتا ہوں کسی اور کے لیے؟ اگر نہیں چاہتا تو میں پھر ذاتی گروتھ، صرف اپنے خوابوں پہ یقین رکھتا ہوں. کسی اور کے خواب تو میرے لیے حرف بے معنی ہیں، نقش برآب ہیں. تو یہ 4-5 چیزیں بھی تو حصہ ہیں انسرٹن ٹائمز. کیا ہر طرح کے ٹائمز میں گروتھ کا کہ ہم انٹیگریٹی کے مالک ہیں، ہم اکاؤنٹیبلٹی کرتے ہیں، ہم ایمپتھی کرتے ہیں یا نہیں کرتے؟ اور پھر میں آپ کو قرآن کی ایک چند آیات بتاتا ہوں جو میرے نزدیک انسرٹینٹی میں گروتھ. آپ نے یقیناً سورہ عصر پڑھی ہوگی. والعصر ان الانسان لفی خسر. انسان یقیناً خسارے میں ہے. دس از انسرٹینٹی. یہ طے کر دیا گیا کہ سلسلہ روز و شب کچھ بھی ہو انسان خسارے میں ہے. لیکن وہ لوگ خسارے میں نہیں ہیں. اس کو آپ گروتھ کہہ لیں، اس کو آپ اطمینان قلب کہہ لیں، اس کو آپ خدا کی قربت کا احساس کہہ لیں. کون لوگ؟ وہ لوگ جو ایمان لاتے، وہ لوگ جو عمل صالح کرتے ہیں، وہ لوگ جو حق پہ کھڑے ہیں، اور وہ لوگ جو صبر کرتے ہیں. تو آپ اہل مغرب سے کیا پوچھیں گے کہ گروتھ کیسے ہوگی؟ ہمارے پاس تو کچھ بنیادی اصول ہیں. گروتھ کیا ہے؟ انسانی اقدار میں افزائش کا نام ہے. گروتھ کیا ہے؟ خدا کے قرب کے حصول میں کامیابی کا نام ہے. گروتھ اس دنیا میں بھی کامیابی ہے اور اس دنیا میں بھی کامیابی ہے جس کے بارے میں ہم سوچتے ہی نہیں. إِلَّا الَّذِينَ آمَنُوا وَعَمِلُوا الصَّالِحَاتِ وَتَوَاصَوْا بِالْحَقِّ وَتَوَاصَوْا بِالصَّبْرِ. بہت پہلے میرے ایک استاد نے مجھے ایک شعر سنایا تھا اور یاد کروایا تھا کہ خیرہ نہ کر سکا مجھے جلوہ دانش فرنگ. یعنی میری آنکھوں کو تیزل نہیں کر سکتا یہ اہل یورپ کا جو فہم و فراست ہے. خیرہ نہ کر سکا مجھے جلوہ دانش فرنگ، سرما ہے میری آنکھ کا خاک مدینہ و نجف. اس لیے کہ میری آنکھوں کی جو بینائی ہے وہ خاک مدینہ سے اور خاک نجف سے آتی. تو میں کیا بتا سکتا ہوں آپ کو کہ گروتھ کیسے ہوتی ہے؟ یہ تو بتایا جا چکا ہے. صبر سے ہوتی ہے اور شکر سے بھی ہوتی ہے. اب کسی صوفی سے کسی نے پوچھا کہ صبر کیا ہے، تو انہوں نے کہا کہ اگر کچھ نہیں ملا تو خدا کا شکر ادا کرو. پھر اس نے کہا شکر کیا ہے؟ تو جواب ملا جو کچھ ہے وہ اللہ کی راہ میں دے دو. یہ شکر ہے. یعنی صبر یہ ہے کہ کچھ نہیں ہے پھر بھی خوش رہو کہ یہ خدا کی رضا ہے. اور شکر یہ ہے کہ جو کچھ ہے وہ خدا کی راہ میں دے دو. تو بہرحال انہی کچھ منتشر خیالات سے آپ کشید کر سکتے ہیں کہ میں کیا کہنا چاہتا ہوں. غیر یقینی صورتحال ہمیشہ رہتی ہے، ہمیشہ رہے گی. زندگی گزارنے کے بنیادی اصول ہمیشہ سے طے ہیں، وہی رہیں گے، جس میں اخلاقیات، روحانیات، ایثار، قربانی، محبت، اخوت، بھائی چارہ، درد مندی، اور پھر صبر، شکر، جد و جہد، محنت. صبر کا مطلب یہ نہیں ہے کہ آپ کہیں کہ بس ٹھیک ہے. صبر کا مطلب یہ ہے کہ خود کو کسی بڑی منزل کے لیے برسر پیکار کرنا، آگے بڑھنا. خون جگر، خون دل، عشق، آرزو مندی، سلیقہ، بہت کچھ کہا اقبال نے. تو میں جو میں نے کچھ باتیں ایسی کی جو شاید آپ کی طبع نازک پہ گراں گزریں. میں 2+2 4 پہ یقین رکھنے والا شخص نہیں ہوں، اس لیے کہ اگر میں 2+2 کو 4 کہتا تو جو میری جیب میں 10,000 روپے تھے وہ 200 ارب روپوں کے قرضے نہ بنتے. جس ایک خاتون سے میں نے محبت کا رشتہ جوڑا، عقیدت کا، بہن کا، وہ 55 لاکھ گھرانوں کی صورت میں منتقل نہ ہوتا. اور جب ہم نے کہا کہ ہم بغیر سود کے قرضے دیں گے تو لوگوں نے کہا یہ تو اکنامکس کے اصولوں کے خلاف ہے. تو ہم نے کہا جہاں اکنامکس کے اصول ختم ہوتے ہیں وہاں پر مواخات کے اصول شروع ہوتے ہیں. ہمیں اکنامکس کے اصولوں پر مت ترازو میں مت تولیے. یہ اصول اور ہیں، یہ دینے پہ بلیو رکھتے ہیں، گیونگ پہ بلیو رکھتے ہیں. ریسیپروسٹی آف اکانومی، یہ بھی ایک ہم نے اختراع ڈھونڈی. تو یہ دینا، لٹانا کسی کی راہ میں. اور اللہ تعالیٰ نے فرمایا اپنے رسول سے کہ لوگ پوچھتے ہیں کہ ہم کیا دیں اللہ کی راہ میں. یہ گروتھ کا میں آپ کو راز بتا رہا ہوں. تو جواب ملا کہ ان کو کہہ دو جو ضرورت سے زائد ہے. یعنی ضرورت کا تعین خدا نے نہیں کیا، وہ ہم پہ چھوڑ دیا. وی ہیو بین امپاورڈ کہ آپ اپنی ضرورت کا تعین کریں. اگر آپ کے پاس جواز اور دلیل ہے کہ مجھے ہوائی جہاز چاہیے، 10 گھر چاہیے، اتنی دولت چاہیے اور دلیل ہے تو آپ کو اجازت ہے. بٹ کبھی نہ کبھی کسی نہ کسی لمحے کسی ہستی کے روبرو ثابت کرنا پڑے گا، اور پھر اس سے جو زائد ہے وہ دے دو. اور جب دو گے تو پھر گروتھ بھی ہو جائے گی، پھر ایکویٹیبل ڈسٹریبیوشن بھی ہو جائے گی. پھر 2 کروڑ بچے جو اسکول نہیں جاتے ان کو اسکول جانے کا راستہ بھی ملے گا. اور پھر کسی حبیب جالب کو یہ نہیں کہنا پڑے گا کہ جس کی روشنی کچے گھروں تک بھی پہنچتی ہے نہ وہ سورج نکلتا ہے نہ اپنے دن بدلتے. بہت شکریہ.
Thank you very much, sir. As always, a very inspirational talk for sharing with us a very different but very important angle of growth and sustainability, linking it to integrity, accountability, and empathy. So may I request, sir, if you can join us on stage for a token of appreciation, Dr. Amjad Saqib. And if I can request Joseph, President of ACCA Asad Hamid Khan, Head of ACCA Pakistan Muhammad Shahid Khan, Head of Business Development, and Shaista, if she's still here, CEO Seed Ventures, to kindly come up on stage to present token of appreciation to our honorable guest of honor. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you, sir. So, ladies and gentlemen, you would agree with me that absolute diffusion of digital technologies with their still undefined boundaries has led to a new era in entrepreneurship, where traditional ways and forms of pursuing entrepreneurial opportunities are being increasingly reshaped. As the digital world becomes bigger and better, with that comes into existence many great ideas. And it is already established that startups and entrepreneurship is a great opportunity for economic growth of any country. So heading into our first panel discussion, it is centered around the very important topic, building an effective ecosystem, digital technologies, innovation, and startups, where our esteemed speakers and panelists will be focusing on startup businesses, leveraging digital technologies to innovate their business models in order to speed up their growth. So, to deliver the keynote address for this discussion, we have with us today none other than Badr Khushnood. Let me introduce him to yourself quickly. Badr is a co-founder of fishery.com, a DTC e-commerce platform empowering hundreds of popular B2C retail brands, SMEs, and artisans across Pakistan. Badr also co-founded Brahmers back in 2006, which is a leading full-service digital media and marketing company. For over a decade, Badr consulted for Google, Facebook, and Twitter as their first person on the ground in Pakistan. He currently also serves as an executive in residence at SDSB Lums University for the Technology Management and Entrepreneurship Program and is a founding board member and mentor at several startup incubators and accelerators. So please join me in welcoming Badr Khushnood, co-founder at fishery.com, e-commerce and Brahmers digital marketing agency.
Assalamu alaikum ji. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Thank you so much. And thank you, Dr. Sab, for such a stark reality where 2 plus 2 is not equal to 4. I'm also a firm believer, by the way, on the same note that 1 plus 1 is equal to 11 and not 2. So I think that's critical even in the digital ecosystem here in Pakistan. So I'll quickly share a few thoughts and then we'll have our panelists as well to take over and have a discussion around it. So a few quick thoughts on what is happening right now in Pakistan. So we have about, if you see, almost close to 200 million people now connected to a mobile phone. And out of those 200 million, almost 120 million people, which means almost 10 crore rupees, 10 crore people connected to the internet, which is 3G and 4G. But the bigger challenge right now in Pakistan is the one which highlighted in that rectangle is the number of people, number of students graduating in IT and engineering disciplines in Pakistan. 25,000 students graduate every year in Pakistan in these two disciplines. And guess what? Only 10% are employable. 90% of these 25,000 students are not employable. The quality of education, the curriculum, the skill set, soft skills, all of these are so lacking that they are not employable. And each year, 90% unemployed keep accruing. So that's a big challenge right now in Pakistan. So, and that is probably one of the biggest impediments in the growth in the digital ecosystem in Pakistan. Now, Pakistan is connected with 6 under-the-sea cables. And remember, we do not have a active land connection to the internet globally. All our connectivity to the world through the internet is under the sea. So there is no land connection. And that's why you notice that whenever we have a shark eating a cable, our internet goes down because we do not have a land connection. There is one land connection which is now being prepped, which is between Pakistan and China. But remember, China has a very strong internet connectivity controls. So not sure how that will work in Pakistan, but that's something which is still in the making. One big challenge, one big opportunity Pakistan has, actually that's an opportunity, a huge opportunity, is that Pakistan is at the center of the world technically in the time zone category. So in the same one working day, people in Pakistan, the same office can start serving Japan and Australia. And at the closing of the day, they can serve California and New York as well. That same working day. And that's a big, big opportunity for a back office, for a intermediary office where the same office can be leveraged, same team can be leveraged to coordinate between the East and the West. And that's where all the back office operations of a lot of organizations are now focusing on in the same time zone category. I'll skip this because Pakistan has been ranked a lot in different categories where, so this is one area which is the BPO, which is the call center part, where in the back office in terms of accounting, where Pakistan is being ranked. But just to give you some of the key numbers here, Pakistan is ranked in the top 5 countries in freelancing. I'm sure you all have heard about it. So there are good things here as well. And in the last few years, Pakistan has really grown in the e-commerce ecosystem. So pre-COVID, by about 2019, Pakistan's average annual e-commerce transactions, domestic e-commerce transactions, were valued at $1 billion. Last year, we touched $5 billion. So that's a huge jump in domestic e-commerce transactions within Pakistan, and that's a big growth opportunity. But unfortunately, that's exactly what FBR has looked at as well, and they've started taxing online transactions. So when it's good on one side, the challenge is it's a nascent industry and should have been let to grow. But I mean, we have organizations looking into it from a different perspective. Quickly speaking, Pakistan's IT exports is massively growing, and I'll come to the numbers. This is pure IT services, what I'm talking about. And if you notice, our PO and our high-end software development are the 2 main categories growing from Pakistan. And our majority of our exports go to the US. So one opportunity with ACCA would be to explore the UK market, which is not as dominant in terms of outsourcing. And that's a huge opportunity as well. So we're very dominantly focused towards the US market, not even the Asian market. And that's another opportunity where we need to explore. In Pakistan, we have about 15,000 IT companies registered with the SEC. About 15,000 companies registered with the SEC. 6,000 of these companies are into exports. 6,000 IT companies are into export. But I'll come to the point how little these companies are, technically speaking. In the last, not the most recent year, but the previous financial year, Pakistan's IT exports grew by 47% year on year. That's a huge jump. No other vertical, no other of exports, and there is very little potential for any other sector to grow as fast. IT is the only one which has the potential to grow. But unfortunately, because of very regressive policies, this growth is curtailed and is now coming down to about 30%. But this can easily grow double digits fast and can bring very quick foreign exchange to Pakistan, which is desperately needed in the economy. And I'll show you some few numbers moving forward as well. So recently, at the Asia Pacific ICT Awards, the APECTA Awards, where all the Asian economies compete between their tech companies, Pakistan performed the best. We performed better than Singapore, we performed better than Australia, we performed better than Hong Kong, Indonesia, Malaysia, all these economies. But our policies really lack a lot. So our startup ecosystem is thriving reasonably well. We have about $700 million come into Pakistan in the last 4 years. I mean, can you beat this? Anyone who knows why we did not have as much money coming in before these 4 years? Any quick thought? And how come we started getting these dollars in startups in the last 4 years? Yes, which policy? There was only one policy change by the State Bank of Pakistan, and that was to allow a holdco and an opco, a legal holdco outside of Pakistan and a legal opco in Pakistan. That's it. That one change in policy on paper, without a new dam, road, or anything, we brought in $700 million into Pakistan. So Pakistani startups, founders can really do well if the right policies are in place. And that's a huge opportunity again. Remember, we go to IMF for about $1 billion and $200 million. $700 million just by startups in Pakistan. That's just one opportunity. So quickly speaking, before we move into the panel discussion, some food for thought here is for you. So we have 5 million SMEs in Pakistan as per SMEDA. I believe it's a little lesser than that. Actually, there is no actual data of SMEs. That's the first challenge. We do not have the right census in place. So this data of 5 million is very much extrapolated on a statistic coming up from 2005 from the establishment survey. So Pakistan does not really know as to how many actual SMEs do we have in Pakistan, number one. However, with the same population or close to the same population, Nigeria has 40 million SMEs. Just imagine how much far behind we are in terms of small businesses. And the reason is not that we don't have those SMEs. We do have those SMEs. They are not registered because of, again, the regressive policies and the tax regimes. Similarly, Pakistan's banked economy is less than 20%. And this includes aggregate number. State Bank of Pakistan never discloses the unique account holders in Pakistan. So these are all gross account holders. So if I have 3 credit cards, 2 bank accounts, those 5 accounts are aggregated in these 20%. And that's a problem. So we do not know transparently as to how many unique bank account holders, including the mobile wallets of Jazz Cash and ePaisa, are there in Pakistan. So these, and we do not also know how many of them are active, 30-day active or 7-day active. We have no clue. But whatever number we have is about 20% versus Nigeria again, which is 65% banked economy. And out of those 40 million Nigerian SMEs, 2/3 have some kind of a relationship with the financial institution, with the registered formal financial institution. And we do not have any such formal active relationship here in Pakistan. And the best data, or the worst probably for Pakistan, is less than 1.5% of the population pays a direct tax. Less than 1.5%. And that's where we need to hold our government accountable of so much big, huge government machinery, not able to cross even 2% of the population for direct taxes. So we desperately need to tax the right people, the right sectors, and not continue taxing the same people over and over again. And that's a big, big challenge right now. And that's where the 2%, 2 plus 2, 4 is equal to 4 part of Dr. Saab's conversation comes into it, because only 1.5% of the population pays taxes, which is kind of pretty shameful, by the way. So recently, Google did a research, and on a good note, and this research was pretty deep dive. It's available online, Unlocking Pakistan's Digital Ecosystem, Digital Potential. And this study says one very simple thing, that if 10 digital technologies are implemented in 40 different sectors in Pakistan, we can create a new domestic economy of $60 billion by 2030. Annual economy of $60 billion by 2030. $60 billion. Remember, we again go back to IMF for $1 billion. So $60 billion of domestic economy if digital is properly implemented. And the biggest opportunity is in agri-tech and food tech. The worst kind of automation or the digitization in Pakistan is right now in agri-tech and food tech. So we can significantly improve these 2 verticals very, very quickly if we implement. This report is available online on YouTube and also in PDF. It has been done by an economic research firm in Singapore. So they did a big data analytics of all Pakistan data and came up with this report, which is pretty comprehensive. And I would strongly recommend everyone to go and review the report who's interested. And as for McKinsey, Pakistan can really deliver well if both the public and the private sector work together. The challenge is that the government does not bring in the right stakeholders when it comes to policy making. They do it on a very unilateral basis. And that needs to be a very bilateral and a multi-stakeholder engagement process, which is never done by the government for the right policies. So that's another big issue in Pakistan. There are tons of missing puzzles, by the way, to fix the digital ecosystem of Pakistan. So right now, Pakistan has an export of $2.6 billion a year of IT services. $2.6 billion. And now IT services exports is the second largest export of Pakistan. We have crossed rice, we have crossed leather, we have crossed everything. We are now, after textiles, the second largest exports of Pakistan. So huge opportunity in IT, but tons of issues. Number one issue, Pakistan yet has never, ever defined whether IT services is a good or a product or a service. So FBR also sends us a tax notice and PRI also sends us a tax notice. So we don't know whether we are a good or a service. That's the first issue. Then there are tons of other issues. We have multiple regressive tax regimes. Most of the tax regimes or even the policies are very much industrial era oriented, whereas we are now in the knowledge economy, and hence a big disconnect there. For example, in my small company, we pay 4 very similar taxes. We pay EOBI, we pay social security tax, we already give our employees health insurance, but then recently in December, we got a news that there is a workers' welfare fund as well, 2% of the profits. And then there is a turnover tax as well, even if I make loss. I just imagine how can I be competitive in the global world when I have to pay all these taxes, and when all these tax authorities have the right to come to my office and close my office, go to my bank, get my bank account closed, and get the money out of my bank, and then put me on a legal notice to fight for that. Just imagine the demurrage I'll have to incur, the defamation I'll have to incur in the media and the PR, just because someone in the tax organization as a commissioner thought, who has never studied IT, that my services are not IT oriented. And that is exactly happening with IT companies. They are being labeled that you're not an IT company, hence you have to pay all these taxes. So I'm going to your account and getting all the money out of your account. So these are real challenges right now in Pakistan. Even with all of these challenges, the IT exports are doing reasonably well, but they can really, really do well. I can go deep dive into all of these points. But one thing which we need to probably focus in the panel discussion is around talent. We have Dr. Arshad with us, and I think talent is a big challenge right now in Pakistan. Just to give you an example, I curate one course at LUMS. It's a graduate degree, and one of our programs is entrepreneurship, which means students graduating out of that would be creating some kind of a startup. But HEC requires us to submit a thesis as well. Just because even if they're doing a startup, they should be required to submit a business plan or a proof of concept, but not a thesis document, just because they are stuck in that old school mindset of getting things. So I think we really, really need to fix up the education system as well to get the right talent in place. And just by the way, one last point here is the productive assets. So what I mean by those is, just giving you an example from a very accounting perspective, banks are ready to give me as many cars as I want on lease, but I can't get any laptops on lease from any bank in Pakistan. So my productive asset is a laptop and a server and a router, but not a car. Just because every bank says that collateral I can recover, but a laptop can be flown out of the country in a plane, and hence I can't recover. Hence, I won't give you any lease on that. So we need to fix certain fundamental things, which are more policy matters. So there's a huge opportunity. You can see we have IT exports opportunity, we have IT enabled services opportunity. Game development is a big subsector which is growing. Freelancing is a big subsector. Cross-border e-commerce is a huge opportunity. Right now, our exports is very much B2B, large container-sized exports. There's a huge opportunity for small packet micro exports to go out of the country. And that's one big opportunity we are missing out on right now. There's a huge opportunity, as I mentioned from the Google report, is a digital transformation of non-tech sectors in Pakistan. So a lot of non-tech sectors need to be digitally transformed. So I leave on this note. I think we can then continue in the panel discussion. So thank you so much for bearing with me once again. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Badr Saab, for sharing those pleasant facts and sharing the opportunity size and potential for our startups and the need for right policies. So my key takeaway from your keynote was Digital Pakistan, a potential economic miracle. So I'd like to request you to please come on stage for the panel discussion as well. And now I'd request our moderator for the panel discussion, Alina Kareem, fellow member of ACCA, co-founder Shaur, board member Deaf Region Girl Guides, vice principal and trainer Scans. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome our moderator on stage, please. I'm very excited for this panel discussion, as our esteemed panelist includes Dr. Arshad Ahmed, Vice Chancellor LUMS. Dr. Arshad Ahmed became Vice Chancellor of LUMS in 2018. He earned his PhD in educational psychology at McGill University and was professor of finance at Concordia University for over 20 years. He's been named International Educator of the Year 2022 by the Academy of International Business. Sir, please, if I may welcome you on stage. Round of applause for Dr. Arshad. Also included in the panel is Ziaul Mustafa Awan, who's the Chairman, Strategic Board of the Institute of Cost and Management Accountants of Pakistan. See, the Institute of Cost and Management Accountants of Pakistan. He's also the former president of ICMAP and South Asian Federation of Accountants, served as CFO of Expos Lahore for almost 15 years now. In a round of applause, Sir Ziaul Mustafa Awan. And a very dear friend, Toima Asghar, Chief Human Resource Officer, Systems Limited. Toima is the Group Chief Human Resource Officer at Systems Limited, a renowned strategic HR leader with more than 25 years of cross-industrial experience in IT, banking, retail, broadband, academia, and manufacturing. So she has led human capital function of top brands, helping them recruit the best talent and enabling them to maximize their employees' potential and productivity. She's been contributing in enabling the organization's reach to level of preferred employer through effective employer branding strategies. So round of applause for Toima. And we have with us on panel Sadaf Abid, founder and CEO Circle Women. Sadaf is promoting women's economic empowerment through digital literacy, technology, and entrepreneurship. Circle is recognized as a Microsoft for startup for using technology to solve pressing challenges. Sadaf is an advocate for women's advancement, digital and financial inclusion, and she's former COO and CEO of Kashaf Foundation that she helped grow to 300,000 women clients disbursing $200 million in microloans. And of course, Sir Badr Khushnood, please join us on stage for the panel discussion. So ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for our panel and over to you, Alina.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. Lovely to see the ACCA family over here and our esteemed guests. Thank you so much, all the panelists, for joining in the discussion today. I think Badr Saab has already answered most of the questions that I was going to ask, so we'll take the conversation further. Initially, we'll have a discussion with the panelists, and in the end, we'll open the floor to the audience for the questions. So I think because Badr Saab has set the scene, so I'll start from you, sir. We have talked a lot about the digital technology. Linking it to the startup ecosystem, how important do you think is a digital technology or innovation part in a startup? And what are the hindrances that the current startups are facing in this regard?
Hear me? Yeah, thank you. I think देखिए टेक्नोलॉजी के बगैर टेक्नोलॉजी इनेबल्ड होना तो अब जरूरी है. I think COVID has taught us there's no other way around. So we need to be responsible, of course, and we need to understand कि tech के बगैर कुछ नहीं है. So we need to also embed the STEAM curriculum into our primary and the secondary schooling as well. However, startups को fundamental बहुत issues हैं, basic policy level issues हैं. I think we have abundance of talent, we have abundance of ideas, we have fundamental challenges. तो इस वक्त अगर कोई स्टार्टअप बाहर से पैसे ले आता है तो बाहर वापस कैसे लेके जाएगा अपनी इनकम? द फंडामेंटल इशू. 5 महीने से हम जैसी छोटी कंपनियां इंतजार कर रही हैं स्टेट बैंक का कि वो हमारे डॉलर्स जो हमने कमाए हुए हैं वही वापस ले जाएं हम. आई थिंक दैट्स द फर्स्ट बिग चैलेंज राइट नाउ. इसके अलावा हमने जो स्टार्टअप्स के इन्वेस्टर्स हैं उनके ऊपर भी हमने उनकी इनकम के ऊपर भी कैपिटल गेन्स टैक्स हमने रख दिया हुआ है. So that also needs to be taken care of. But I think the fundamental issue for startups and tech companies, and even I think any business, is continuity of policy. I think there's a huge distrust here because continuity of policy नहीं है. I'll give you a quick example. During Musharraf era, IT sector was given tax exemption on income tax, IT exports पे tax exemption थी. Last year or the year before, एक रात someone thought of an idea at FBR कि बेहतर है कि हम यहाँ से भी पैसे कमा लें. So we have Sajjad Sahab here as well. I'm sure he can add to it later as well. और अगले दिन पता चला कि एक दी हुई लॉ में एग्जेम्पशन रिवर्ट कर दी गई है. Just imagine. And that level of policy discontinuity hurts, because IT businesses run on volumes, and we need to have a business plan, and we need to understand क्या fundamentals क्या हैं. And so I think any business needs continuity of business, continuity of policy. तो fundamental policy की continuity बहुत जरूरी है. Harmonization of taxation define होनी जरूरी है. हमारे यहाँ मैंने आपको बताया इंडस्ट्रियल एरा जो पॉलिसीज हैं उनको नॉलेज इकोनॉमी की तरफ लाना जरूरी है. हमें टैलेंट को अपस्किल करने की जरूरत है. सो लॉट ऑफ टैलेंट नीड्स टू बी अपस्किल्ड. So these are few fundamental issues which need to be taken care of, in addition to being incentivized. Rather than taxing startups, I think we need to let them grow. We need to give them a free space so that they can grow for a while and then come into the formal economy and start contributing. Other than, because they're already contributing in terms of jobs and everything. So the tax contribution can come at a later stage, probably. I think that should be the way.
Yes, absolutely right. I think when in the beginning you have to fear about taxes and the legal system, that's a big hindrance for us. My next question in this regard would be to Dr. Rashid, because DUMS has been the home to a lot of startups, especially through the National Incubation Center, and ACCA is also partnering with a lot of NIC. What do you think has been the success of this support so far? Because I know DUMS is providing support in terms of resources, mentoring, any other support that's needed. So what has been the success so far, and how do you think it's going to scale in the next 5 to 10?
बहुत शुक्रिया. First of all, let me take this opportunity to welcome the CEO, Mr. Joseph. Warm welcome to you, Asad Saab, Amjad Saab, distinguished colleagues who are here. It's really a privilege to be here. Thank you for having us. This is an important question, but it's hidden under a bigger question, I think, about what kind of an ecosystem does a university enable, not just for digitization and all of the excitement around new technologies, but broader questions that have to do with, I think, the way the conference has been framed around, not only grand challenges that face Pakistan, but as the Mr. Joseph very clearly outlined, that we can't just focus on a particular geography or a particular country and say, "Ke ye aapka masla hai, this is your problem." There are many others who still seem to be sleepwalking through the crisis that has become existential around the world. And so I think we all unite under the banner of climate action, but a lot of the work that we do in academia must respond to the urgency, which I think is a call for action, and which is why we are here today. When you ask about the success of a particular aspect of a larger ecosystem within a university like LUMS, let's put that in perspective. So the first point I would make is that, institutions within the academy, and this is a generalization around the world and not just for the global south or for a particular country, is that the focus has been inordinately on knowledge production. And they've done a really fantastic job in discovery research, in integration of that research, some cases applied research as well. But certainly you can see that there has been a lot of prosperity, growth, and development that has been associated with new knowledge and pushing the envelope and testing limits as to what we can do in terms of making for a better society and better well-being. However, I think academia has done a very poor job in disseminating that knowledge that can be understood by the majority of people. After all, I would ask any of you here, how many of you are reading academic journals? In fact, I would ask even within a discipline, there is some empirical research that supports the fact that people aren't even reading the full article within their own discipline. They just read the abstract, they find something interesting, they will cite somebody, someone else will cite them, and they get into this game of how many citations you have or what is the impact factor and stuff that really doesn't matter to most people in society. So there is an acute shortage of what academia does in terms of solving real problems for real people out there. And here we are thinking of a possible window and a possible pathway forward where we can accelerate that kind of development. Now, I would like us again, like Amjad Saab, very, I think, importantly reminded us that this is also a conversation where growth has to be considered with values and with, he spoke from the heart about the way in which people develop and what prosperity could mean to many of us, which is a lot broader than economic definitions or GDP figures and the like. So in this regard, if you think about the grand challenges, we have water issues. You mentioned, Badr, that the highest growth is in agri and in food tech. A lot of that has to do with agriculture. There's energy. I think you can go to any conference today and you'll find that most of our problems seem to be rooted firmly and deeply in an energy crisis where we have abundance of power actually. We just are mismanaging the power sector and focusing on supply perhaps when we should be focusing on demand. Similarly, there was a talk about gender inequity, so many difficulties in terms of just having 50% of our population being treated in ways that simply are not acceptable in the 21st century, no matter what your religion, belief, caste, ethnicity, etc., are involved. We are simply being exclusionary when it comes to our own fellow human beings. And you can make that list longer. You can talk about technology, you can talk about policy, you can talk about, finally, entrepreneurship. So I'm finally going to answer your question about entrepreneurship. देखिए, LUMS में, I think, like other handful of universities, I don't think the 250 universities who've been asked to embrace the idea of digital learning and entrepreneurship and the way forward have really been doing what they were expected to do. We have only 5 national centers of incubation in the country. We are very lucky to have one in Lahore and one in Quetta that we partner with. But the truth of the matter is that setting up a room full of equipment or tables and inviting people in to train them is not enough, not good enough. That's not just that anybody can do. Why pick a university? You pick a university because the biggest expertise they have, the most valuable asset are faculty members. If the faculty are not getting involved in this business of entrepreneurship, they're not doing their part. So I would ask you to consider universities in the light of, number one, are their faculty getting involved? Number two, are their students getting involved? If you can't attract your own students into these startup programs, why are you trying to persuade others when they are your closest stakeholder and that's why you exist in the first place? So I think the first things first is clean up our own house and talk about how are we getting engaged in this universe where there are tremendous opportunities to present pathways forward for young people. Now, I can give you numbers. I came here with, in fact, I was given from my director of NIC. We have 270 incubatees. 150 have graduated. 85 of them were female. 650 million in revenues for seed investments. 100+ investor network. People like Badr Saab are mentoring people who are in our startup system. I mean, it's a great success story of coming up with a program where we're having results and we see of almost a 60% retention since the program started, at least the national program started, of people who started out doing an entrepreneurial startup are still doing it. So 5 years later, they're still in it, despite all the challenges that you heard today. So there are many measures of success. But I think the greatest contribution academia can make is to start getting their faculty moving away just from doing research for research's sake and getting involved in the grand challenges through structures within the university that very closely work with the industry and just as close with the government so that they can make a difference in a way that really we can see that difference, feel the difference, and society can prosper from that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Definitely speaking, we need a multi-pronged approach for successful future. And a very important part in that is the public sector, which will bring me to my next question to Zia Saab. Zia Saab, what is your view about the digital innovation and technologies involvement in the public sector?
Um, Thank you. First of all, I would like to congratulate ACCA for regularly holding this leadership conversation event. And we would like to welcome the President, Mr. Joseph, as well in Pakistan. And we are thankful that Mr. Joseph visited ICMA Pakistan campus at Islamabad. Thank you, sir. And I'm grateful to the team, Mr. Asad, who is the head of ACCA, and the other team members for organizing this event and inviting ICMA as a strategic partner. Thank you, sir. So, madam, your question is about the innovation and technology in the public sector. I think innovation somehow is a stranger for the public sector due to rules of business 1973. Things are very slow. We have intentions. We would like to move in this direction, but the process, procedures, and the bureaucratic rules and regulations are always hurdles towards that direction. If we look towards the public sector, we can divide the public sector into the ministries, into the regulators, and the public sector companies and the government departments. So if we talk about the public sector companies, somehow the things are very much better as compared to the pure government department. So things are moving on. People are, the companies are deploying the system, moving towards the technologies, but the pace is very slow. And when we will talk about the regulators like SECP and State Bank of Pakistan, they are somehow doing better in terms of innovation, in terms of digitalization. But STCP, I don't think so, is comparable with any international systems of Securities Exchange Commission. Likewise, the systems of State Bank, that needs to be improved in terms of policy, as Mr. Khushnud said. The things which we have to focus without any capital cost, that is just a policy making improvements in the policies, and we have to show the will that we can do. But unfortunately, हमारे यहाँ आधा तीतर आधा बटेर, and we are forming the companies, and we would like to invite the private sector talent. We would like to work with the private sector speed. But at the end of the day, when the things are going on, the Auditor General of Pakistan team came and they will, raise objections. This is not in accordance with the process and procedures defined by the government. So the clarity is not there. Ambiguity is still there. And so that's why I'm saying that innovation still, is facing challenges due to the legislative process and the legal process. There are somehow a gaps. And how public sector can add value, in my opinion, three regulators can play a very effective role. One is the HEC, Higher Education Commission. As a president, as a chairman of the strategic board of ICMA, what we felt that the things are, around the globe are moving very fastly. The education scenarios are changed altogether. Now this is the era of expert qualification. So what we have to do, the Higher Education Commission, we have no professional education commission. We have no skill development kind of a regulator. We have the universities for the skill development, but still the things are required for the skill development. Because for the startups, the basic things which is required, that is the skills instead of academic education. So we have to promote the certifications program, not only in the accountancy, but in the other areas as well, whether it is a marketing management, it is a digital marketing, or it is a IT development of IT tools. So we have to promote this kind of education as well, because this is the need of the day. And if you look towards all American education system, they are promoting the certifications. And there are a number of certifications, whether it is a project management and and a management accountancy, or a different internal auditing. These are all available, but still we are not tuned up, and we are still in the old system, which is we are following. So, and then if we talk about the State Bank of Pakistan, the digital payment gateways, that needs to be improved, which is still, we are facing constraints for the startups, that the digital payments gateway like PayPal facilities or something like that should be, available, and the focus should be required to go for such kind of sport. And then the FBR. And if we talk about the FBR, the complicated tax systems, the number of authorities, the provincial authorities, the federal authorities, and a complex system is in place, which needs to be, modified, which needs to be convenience, which need to be modified to create a convenience for the users. So this is one of the things that we are not in the ease to do business list. We are still, I think, above 130 number, 130 or 140. We are somewhere, we are falling in ease to do business. So these departments are directly concerned with the startups. So I think the reforms are required. The special attention from the government is required, from the public sector, to address these issues and to motivate the people for the entrepreneurship, that they should come rather than looking for the jobs in the government department. We have to reduce the size of the public sector in terms of commercial operations. The government job is just limited up to the policy making and the regulator through their regulators. So in my opinion, innovation is required. Still, number of challenges are there. SCCP, FBR, State Bank of Pakistan, Higher Commission of Pakistan, they are all playing a role in creating an environment for the business and for the corporate sector and for the startups. So, but we are not disappointed still. We are of the firm believer that inshallah Pakistan is growing, and the numbers showed by Khashnu Saab are very encouraging, that we are third in the freelancing business all over the globe, which is a very encouraging thing. But still, he also shared the challenges, and more or less the challenges are, related to the business operations. Talent we have, academia we have, professional institutes we have, but we have to, it's make a integration with the government regulators and government departments. So this is, yeah.
Thank you so
And
much
we
for
are-
a very well-rounded answer.
Thank you.
So yes, we need support of all the relevant organizations, regulatory authorities like SECP, State Bank, HEC, and all need to work together, because I think right now also the number 3 in freelancing, what we saw over here, I'm sure we in this hall have contributed a lot to that, because we belong to a qualification after which this option is open. But I think what needs to be done is to convert this freelancing into business development. And for that, definitely the digital gateways, everything is required, the whole infrastructure. And one thing that Jasa focused on was skills-based learning. So I would like to ask Ms. Sadaf the next question, because you have highlighted a lot in your journey the importance of digital literacy. And on the other hand, I think all our panelists have highlighted the importance of inclusion also. So how is your work contributing to the gender-based literacy for digital training?
So much. I'd like to first appreciate ACCA and Seed Ventures for this opportunity, and it's wonderful to be here. And welcome again to Joseph to coming to Pakistan. I think we're all thrilled that you made the trip, and it's your first country you're visiting, so appreciate it greatly. Yeah, I would like to bring the angle of digital literacy into this conversation. So, what do I mean by that? We have millions of women in our country who either don't have a smartphone, or if they have it, they don't know how to use it. The only usage they may have at this moment is to watch dramas on YouTube, and we know the kind of content that is going in the dramas, which is not at all promoting positivity. So I came up with this idea actually, interestingly enough, under the pandemic. We were already doing skills training, and the pandemic, we moved online. It was very rapid for us, and that really showed me this divide, this big digital gender divide, which is in fact the widest in Pakistan. So as Badr talked about lack of financial inclusion, we also have lack of digital inclusion in Pakistan. So we experimented with UN Women Support. We worked with 60 women. It was the height of the pandemic. Neither did my instructors go out, neither did the women leave their home. We gave them data bundles, and we curated content, videos, where we taught them how to create email ID, what is the internet, what are its advantages, things like using Google Map, and then moving on to using digital tools like Facebook Marketplace, WhatsApp for Business, Insta, creating mobile wallets. These were home-based enterprises, and they had lost their businesses. And what we found from this study and this implementation, that they started earning anywhere between 2,500 to 20,000 rupees additional by using digital tools. So I was very excited by this opportunity. And then next year we worked again with UN Women, and we did another 400 women. They were spread in Sialkot, Multan, Karachi, Quetta, Peshawar. And then I pitched this to British Asian Trust and L'Oreal Fund for Women, who came in. And last year, with their support, we trained 6,000 low-income women across the country. From Gilgit, Khizr, Skardu to Rahim Yar Khan, Khanewal, Jhang, Multan. And I saw the power of technology as an equalizer and how it can give new opportunities to women. The women were open to adopting and learning these technologies, but we did face many barriers. The mindset in the families, the restrictions in the families. So, for example, women's access to the internet is controlled. They are not encouraged to have Facebook accounts. We have stories where women were doing, for example, making henna patterns, and a brother asked her to close her account. So there's a lot of advocacy and campaign that needs to happen, and that is why this year we are coming up with a campaign, Men as Partners. I'll build on what Arshad Saab said. You know, Pakistan as a country cannot progress if we do not leverage half the talent, which is women and girls. And we know women make great talent pool, but we don't have enough role models. And that is what we're trying to shift, working with both women in corporates and creating women in tech and women entrepreneurs, but also women at the bottom of the pyramid, the last served, and reaching out to them through digital literacy. So I'll share with you in Sialkot, this one woman shared that her husband is a rickshaw driver. And she said, and these are the words she used. She said, मैं बहुत useless feel करती थी, क्योंकि घर में इतनी परेशानी है, महंगाई है, और अब इस सर्कल के साथ ट्रेनिंग के बाद मैं एक फूड बिजनेस स्टार्ट कर रही हूँ. So we have seen women setting up food businesses. Beauty is another thing that is very popular. And then, of course, fashion. And we are encouraging them to think of other ideas. So this year, we are working with Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation to scale up this project. And the goal is to reach out to 10,000 low-income women through direct training, but then to build digital agents in communities. Women who will train other women on how to use technology, how to use the internet, how to use digital tools, and create micro, small, home-based businesses. So as we saw in Nigeria, there are so many enterprises. Why can't we spur that in Pakistan? So that is one of the key initiatives that I'm very excited about. And then at the other end of the pyramid, we work on an initiative called She Loves Tech, which is now the world's largest women and startup competition. We scout for women-led businesses that are using technology to solve pressing challenges. And we've been doing this for 6 years with the support of HBL and UNDP. The winner gets to go to, thank you so much, the winner gets to go to Singapore and be part of a global competition. And we have mentors, experts, investors that we connect the women to. So one of our winners and runner-ups, Dr. Saira, has raised $1.8 million for her health startup, MediQ. And Ayman Bashir, Outclass founder, has raised $500,000. So while entrepreneurship is tough for everyone, it's even harder for a woman. They won't get taken as seriously. There are meetings that women founders go to, and the person in the meeting is not making eye contact with the female founder, thinking she's some junior person and talking to the male colleague who's her, employee. So it's very fascinating. But this is not just a Pakistan issue. This is a global issue. And my message to everyone would be that, let's really focus on women's advancement, because when a woman gets strong, economically empowered, the family prospers and a nation moves forward. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. That was very inspiring overall for us as a community also. And definitely without the inclusion of women in the startup ecosystem, we cannot achieve our ultimate goals. But one thing which has been common in all of the conversation, I think every panelist has touched upon, is with respect to skills and talent. And that's where my next question comes to the expert in this regard, Ms. Noima. We have seen pandemic, we have seen national calamities, we have seen AI coming in, ChatGPT is the next in thing, and we have seen brain drain. So in all of this, first of all, we are seeing that some roles are becoming redundant. What is your take on this? That what are the skills for the future, and what about Pakistan?
Thank you very much, Alina. So, yes, exactly, that is the current situation of Pakistan, but not only Pakistan, but internationally as well. If we look at the global perspective, the same kind of challenges people are facing globally as well, in all the disciplines. It's not only about tech, it's about the other businesses as well. If you look at the international turnover rate, that is really alarming. So even if we talk about the brain drain, still from Pakistan, the students and the younger lot is moving internationally, not only for the jobs, but also for the residency as well, like in Australia, in Canada, in other areas as well. But the problem is, okay, what exactly are they going to do over there? So ultimately, they are going to reach out to the home country. That is the positive thing. If we talk about the tech companies are always there because pandemic has taught us a lot. We were very scared of work from home or remote working concept. But with the passage of time, we have realized that it is the new normal now. It's perfectly okay if the people are not joining back office, if they are comfortable in working from their hometowns, even working internationally as well. So why not leverage this challenge as an opportunity and utilize it to the maximum? There are certain things which the organizations on the whole need to understand and need to work upon. That is, if you want to leverage the brain drain challenge or opportunity, whatever you call it, or you want to leverage the skill you have, you really need to start investing in your people through upskilling and through reskilling. So that is something that even if the employee leaves you or decides to join some other organization out there in the international level, still you can leverage that talent by either upskilling the people who are already working with you, or those who have left you, you can always reach back to them, always engage them and get maximum benefit of the training which you provided to them, because that is something which is going to remain with you for the rest of the life. So these are few of the initiatives or few of the things with the organization, especially in the tech sector, are working along on a very rapid pace and very aggressively, because regardless, whoever you lose it, ultimately, it's a very small circle. Ultimately, they are going to reach back and you're going to reach to them. So based on that, there are certain initiatives and certain things to ensure the stickiness, because generally what is believed that you can only ensure stickiness through giving them more money. Retention tool is money only for now. But deep down inside, it's not the money which people are looking for. It's the overall benefit, which also involves the tangible and non-tangible benefits together. In non-tangible benefits, what kind of career you're providing to them, what kind of uplifting you're providing to them, lateral and upwards. And side by side, how much you are investing in their career development, because it's not the development of one individual, it's the development, the complete family around him, his complete world around. So if you invest in that, by default, you're going to get loyalty out of him. because you're taking care of the person through your culture, through your benefits, through the opportunities which you're providing to them, through the learning curve which he or she is receiving, regardless of whichever organization he or she is working. And side by side, you're becoming coming out of your regular stereotypical policies. Here comes the role of HR, very handy. Because in the previous, if I'll also look at my career, we were very skeptical and very stringent on the policies which we used to develop and implement. But those policies developed 10 years back can no longer be implemented now. We need to come out of our shells, and we need to think out of the box and start thinking from the people perspective, because our major asset is human resource. Regardless of whatever technology you're working on it, ultimately it's the brain which is taking care of that part. And if you're not taking care of that brain is not going to be productive for you. So it's a loss overall. So why not develop those policies which give them leverage and give them advantage to utilize their talent and to give return not only to your families, but also to the organizations on the whole. So challenge is there. If I sum up, challenge is very much there, but you need to convert this challenge to the opportunity. That is the best strategy you can adopt for.
And what do you think are the best skills to be developed for a sustainable future?
Yeah, that's very interesting, because generally when pandemic hit, it taught a lot to the tech industry, but side by side, it also enabled the non-tech sector as well, as Badr also said earlier. So the areas which still require focus is the data analytics. E-commerce is a very strong area which can be leveraged further, and side by side AI. Retail side, you can look at different channels like online selling, online buying. The complete infrastructure behind it is really something which can still be tapped on and still be evaluated further. Interestingly, the HR industry also got a lot of benefit from this pandemic. So I saw many those institutions internationally and locally, which were very comfortable in interacting directly with people. So when everything got locked down, what would they be doing? What they did, they changed their model and started using the online teaching, online delivery of their training courses and associated consultancy. So these are the areas in which everybody has to work on, regardless whether they are in the tech side or they are on the non-tech side. Still, there are certain things like web development, UX, UI, digital marketing, and above all, automation of all the systems. Because automation itself is going to give you that kind of a boost that will not be dependent only on the brain, but also on the system as such. So even if the person leaves, the system is still there, and that is going to leverage you or help you in getting things further. You're not going to go ground zero. You're going to start up from where you are currently.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. And I think it's a great learning for all of us also. Coming from an accountancy background myself, and I know everyone over here, we are also in this constant position where we need to find the skills which are apt for tomorrow. I have another question from Dr. Ashad in this regard. So you directly deal with the youth. So Pakistan has a huge youth bulge. We are talented people. So what do you see? How can this youth be directed towards the future skills? What's the best way forward in this regard?
Wow. I think you'll get probably wonderful answers from all of the people here today. You know, I think there's some references made that about brain drain and about youth not having the opportunities. Many of them drop out of school. They are excluded from the kind of opportunities many of us take for granted, and so on and so forth. Okay, I think we have no shortage of talent in Pakistan. I really have come to learn that from the type of students that I see on our campus, which come from over 150 different towns, villages, districts, subas, आप कोई छोटा पाकिस्तान आपको लम्ज में मिल जाएगा. और ये लोग जो that diversity is a sort of source of strength, a great source of strength for learning for everybody involved, whether you are from an affluent family or you're coming, we have a third of our students who are coming from families that earn something like 40,000 rupees a month. So you have all of these. Thank you. We are not an elite institution. I wanted to put it out there that a lot of the students who come to our campuses, we learn more from them. And our experience in Skardu, where I happened to bump into you for the great work that you're doing, it wasn't that we went to Skardu and worked with the University of Baltistan to teach them and show them all the knowledge we have. It was really to understand how the youth who live in these areas where they don't have electricity for most of the day, where they don't have water sometimes for the entire week, let alone a day. How do they live longer? How come they have more peace of mind? Why are women doing so well in these northern areas? Why do they have these kinds of habits of mind that exemplify the kind of human being that we would want to be, which is बहुत जज्बा है इन लोगों के साथ के आगे जाएं, तरक्की करें और दूसरों को उनसे भी आगे जाने की कोशिश करें. So when we work with our youth and we have a mindset that they need to be better than us, they need to do more, a teacher should be thinking that their student will one day become better teachers than them. We need to think of our youth as partners, not as consumers, not as those that we teach to, but we can learn from. And that partnership only comes if we make it accessible for them to have opportunities to do research with us and to solve problems with us. And I think our youth are ready to solve problems because they're telling us about climate action much more than we ever did. They are taking serious steps forward in thinking that their life is going to be different than ours, as we did, different from our parents. देखिए मैं आपको छोटी सी कहानी बताता हूँ. When I was 18 years old and I graduated from a school in Karachi, I basically had no idea what I wanted to do. And that may be the case for many, many people, perhaps in this room and outside. But my father said, son, if you are going to become an accountant, and this should resonate with the group here, then I will support you in your education. And I said, why not? I mean, I have no idea what accountants do. They sound like very boring people, but maybe that'll give some stability in my life. So I chose accounting and became an accountant. Now, I have to also confess to you, I did not like accounting, and I struggled through to get my designation. But I've never regretted the fact that that knowledge has helped me, especially today when I look at financial statements or when I talk about resource allocation. They have learned a lot from them. But when I was in Canada doing this, and I became a Canadian citizen after having worked in academia there, a lot of parents came to me and they said, we want our children to become bankers and we want them to go into finance because that's what successful children were doing. And perhaps that is what is still happening in Pakistan. It's long over in some of the Western countries. Today, now, having come back to Pakistan, and I hope we should be not thinking about people leaving Pakistan, but getting people back into Pakistan. There are many wonderful people out there with great skills who want to come back. They don't want to come back for money. They don't want to come back to be able to get a glorified position. They want to give back for what they have received in the gifts that development, education, and other opportunities have provided to them. So when I think back now, coming back into Pakistan, and now everybody is saying, get into computer science, get into IT, these are the skills that you need. I think that's a very narrow conversation. We need to think much broader than that. If somebody has an interest in being a historian, encourage the person to be a historian. If they want to be an anthropologist, they should be an anthropologist. We should not limit choices because of supply and demand in the marketplace, but rather we should be thinking about what contribution our youth can make for the many talents that they possess and the many talents that can be unleashed through education. My message would be to the youth is to learn from them, to partner with them, to respect them, not blame them. It's very easy to blame our youth and say they take drugs or they are on social media doing crazy things and so on. But they are our future. And if we are not going to help them become better than us, then we haven't done our jobs. So those are a few thoughts.
Thank you so
perhaps.
much. And before we take the final words from the panelists, we'd like to open the floor to the participants over here if you want to ask any question from any of the esteemed panelists. We have a question over there.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. My question would be from Mr. Badr. Uh, as we discussed, the quality of education in Pakistan, which we agree rightly so, that is lacking big time. And you also mentioned the fact that out of those graduates, over 90% or maybe 90% of those are not employable, right? And all the discussion we are having about all the talent we have in the country. So my question will be, how can we make that talent employable? Did you get that? Did you get that? Thank you.
Thank you so much. So, Bilkul, I think everyone is trying to do that, by the way, on this table. But quickly speaking, please, आप तशरीफ रखिए. I think दो तीन चीजें हैं. Short term में भी हमें कुछ चीजें करने की जरूरत है, and then medium term and long term. Short term में जो हमें करने की जरूरत है वो boot camps हैं, because वो लोग जो graduate कर गए हैं, who have a paper degree but do not have a good professional life, तो उनको upskill करने की जरूरत है quickly, because they have some fundamental knowledge. And that is what the government is also trying to do, and institutions independently are also trying to do. I think systems has a program, everyone has a program, जिसमें वो boot camps कर रहे हैं, so that they can train those students quickly और उनको fast track आप workforce में ला सकें. And just by the way, the correlation here is that we need about 40,000 to 60,000 new kids in the digital ecosystem for another $1 billion of export. So every $1 billion is correlated to about 40 to 60,000 people. But I think I'll just concur what Dr. Arshad said. I think we don't need, not everyone needs to be in the IT sector. We need to digitize every other sector as well, which is a digital transformation of non-IT or non-tech sectors. So I think there are tons of opportunities where digital can play a role, but digital does not have to be the only thing there. I think, but so एक तो ये short term boot camps की बात हो रही है. I think long term जो बात कर रहे थे डॉक्टर अर्शद ने भी बात की. I think we truly need to, अज़िया साहब ने भी बात की. Very honestly, in my personal opinion, we need to really revamp HEC instantly, immediately, and Ministry of Education. There should be an education emergency declared by the government, and we really need to fix the system. आज का प्राइमरी स्कूल का बच्चा कहता है जी मैं यूट्यूब पे जो देखता हूँ वो किताब में जो मैं पढ़ता हूँ उससे कोई 1000 दर्जे बेहतर है, ज्यादा इंटरेक्टिव है, ज्यादा कलरफुल है, एंगेजिंग, वर्सेस वही किताब जो मैंने पढ़ी थी 1980 में, वही आज बच्चे को पढ़ा रहे हैं, वही स्टोरीज हैं. We haven't upgraded our content. We haven't भी समर स्कूल में इंटर्नशिप पे जाना चाहिए समर की छुट्टियों में. फैकल्टी की इंटर्नशिप बहुत जरूरी है, स्टूडेंट्स की इंटर्नशिप से ज्यादा जरूरी है, बिकॉज फैकल्टी की अपस्किलिंग नहीं होगी तो जनरेशंस खराब हो रही हैं आपकी. सो दे नीड टू बी चेंज. और जो भी डॉक्टर अर्शद ने बात की, फैकल्टी की जो करंट प्रमोशन का सिस्टम है एचईसी का, वो सिर्फ एकेडमिक रिसर्च है. सो दे आर नॉट एनकरेज टू वर्क विद द एकेडमिक इंडस्ट्री इन एनी वे, जिसकी वजह से उनको किसी तरह से कोई इंसेंटिव नहीं है कि मैं एसोसिएट से असिस्टेंट और फिर फुल प्रोफेसर बन जाऊंगा या बन जाऊंगी, ओनली बिकॉज दे ओनली डू एकेडमिक रिसर्च. सो ना उनका इंक्रीमेंट लगता है, उसकी वजह से ना उनको प्रमोशन मिलती है. सो दे आर नॉट एनकरेज टू वर्क विद द इंडस्ट्री. सो द आई वुड से द KPI of promotions and even the whole criteria needs to be, जो rubric है उनका, that needs to be changed कि faculty को ऐसे upgrade करना है. Last जो चीज जो हमें करने की जरूरत है, we haven't talked about much today, is कि जो policy makers हैं, जो digital immigrants हैं, उनको भी ठीक करने की जरूरत है, उनको भी digital पढ़ाने की जरूरत है, in addition to जो bottom of the pyramid पे बात कर रही है सदफ. Because just imagine a judge sitting in a court who has never used YouTube or TikTok, gives an order to block TikTok. And that's a challenge. आप देखें, we have banking courts, we have environment courts, but we do not have IT courts. So we don't have the right people sitting at the right place to take the right decision. Someone who's making an IT policy, वहाँ जो bureaucrats हैं, majority generalist हैं. कोई agriculture से आया, कोई water से आया, कोई कहीं से आया, power से आया, वो आके आपकी IT policy बना रहे हैं, without bringing in the right stakeholders in place. So policy making at the apex level, which is again, I think I would say it's short and medium term, quickly fix हो सकती हैं. And then boot camps short term, and long term you need to fix the complete education system and declare an education emergency. We need to do that immediately. We are absolutely losing people in the wrong direction. We have abundance of people but not talent. Skilled talent बहुत मुश्किल है इस वक्त, polished, and that's what we are lacking right now.
Thank you so much. Any other question from the audience?
My name is Zoya and my question is from मैम सदफ, जो कि वुमेन की एम्पावरमेंट पे काफ़ी बात कर रही थी और उन्होंने बहुत कुछ किया है. मेरा क्वेश्चन है कि आप डिजिटलाइजेशन उन वुमेन को तो एम्पावर जो कि ऊपर नहीं आ पा रही, जो एफर्ट नहीं कर पाती या उनके पास रिसोर्सेज नहीं होते, लेकिन क्या उन वुमेन के बारे में आपका ख्याल है, जैसे कि सारी मेरी फेलो कोलीग्स अपनी स्टडीज़ कंप्लीट करती हैं, गहने ACCA एफिलिएट्स या मेडिकल स्टूडेंट्स या इंजीनियर्स, जो डिग्रीज जो है मेरिट पे कंप्लीट करने के बाद उसको परफॉर्म नहीं कर पाती, उसको मतलब बहुत सारे बॉयज़ हैं, उनका मैं कहूँगी कि उनका राइट जो है वो यूटिलाइज कर लेते हैं, लेकिन उसको नहीं कर पाती उस तरह. तो क्या उनकी कोई उनकी भी प्रोफेशनल कोई ग्रूमिंग या उनकी मोटिवेशन इन सेंस में प्रोफेशनली आप उसके लिए कोई स्टेप कुछ लिए जा रहे हैं हमारी कंट्री में, क्योंकि वो बहुत ज़्यादा एक टैलेंट है, मैं कहूँगी कि जो वेस्ट हो जाता है. तो मैं आपसे इस बारे में कुछ पूछना चाहूँगी. थैंक यू.
Sorry. Great. That's a terrific question. So, yes, there are many challenges जो young women face करती हैं, जो आपने highlight किए हैं कुछ. तो उसके लिए what I have noticed in my career is that, women tend to underestimate themselves. So women tend to think I'm not ready, I need to work harder, then I'll get ready. And research shows कि एक opportunity जब आती है, तो the same opportunity, a man looks at it, says I'm good at 3 out of 5, I'm going to go for it. एक औरत वही चीज को देखती है, वो कहती है I'm good at only 3, I have to get better, फिर मैं apply करूंगी. तो कुछ चीजें as women हमें अपने आप पे काम करना है, और कुछ ecosystem shifts भी जरूरी हैं. So believe in yourself. Every time I go to a gathering, I tell women, wake up in the morning when you're brushing your teeth. वैसे तो every human being can do this, but tell yourself, I believe in myself, because everything starts with belief, yaqeen. So having that belief is very important, because life will bring ups and downs, and perhaps more for women. We have to prove ourselves and work harder. We do run leadership programs for women, for emerging women leaders, and we create spaces जहाँ पे ख़वातीन आके बात कर सकें about what's holding me back, what are my challenges. And then working through peer groups, I use a model called adaptive leadership. So I was a student of this framework that is developed at Harvard University, and I was a teaching fellow with my professor Ron Heifetz. तो उसको हम इस्तेमाल करते हैं, and उसमें concepts हैं, like for example having courageous conversations. I'd like to ask people in this room, have you had a courageous conversation? Please raise your hand. I'm sure you have, right? If you want to progress in your life, you have to have courageous conversations. So I actually, as a young 17, 18-year-old, had a courageous conversation with my father. I didn't know this terminology at that time, but I wanted to go to the US. And my father said, US बहुत दूर है, उनकी रिवायतें बहुत फर्क हैं, तो masters के लिए जाना, undergrad के लिए नहीं जाना. And somehow I didn't give up, and I kept having those courageous conversations. And then my khala supported, and then he said, you can go if you get a scholarship. So we introduced concepts like this and work with women in small groups. The program is called Elevate. You can check it out on Circle Women Facebook page. And it's also important to have role models and, to network. That's my other message for young women. Study the lives of women that you admire, see what they went through. None of us sitting over here, men or women, have had it easy. everyone is carrying scars on their back.
Thank you so much. And with this, we come to the end of our conversation. But before the final closure, I would request all the panelists to give the part-away message to a room full of accountants. Badasa, we can start with you. Oh, there's one more.
If I may spit. My name is Munasa Elahi, and I have a question with Toyma. It's more HR relevant. You mentioned how technology leapfrogged during COVID times, and obviously every one of us benefited as employers and organizations. There was ease of doing businesses, hybrid work structures, and all that during that 2 years of time. My question is, what are the challenges with which HR is now facing, especially with reference to soft skills development during that during COVID time? Because as you mentioned, it's the brain behind the system. So as humans, obviously, we are all interacting with each other in an ecosystem. And my other question is with reference to the emergence of artificial intelligence. So, what challenges, as an HR specialist, do you foresee with reference to talent and job opportunities or placement future?
Can you hear me now? Yeah. So you're answering to your first question. The challenges which we faced overall, every organization, it's not particular to any sector, was primarily the human connect. Because of work from home and remote working, all these things were good for the business, but it was not good for the mental health. Because human being always requires a connection, an interaction, some kind of a gossip, a teacup, holding teacups, smoking corners, and things like that. Those were missing. So that was the biggest challenge. And we are still trying and struggling to overcome that situation through different engagement activities, because without engagement, you cannot get the complete loyalty or complete dedication from the person. And that ultimately, regardless of how much high performance oriented the person is, it impacts the productivity of the individual. So after resuming office and after starting the coming back of office strategies and everything, the biggest challenge was, on one side, people wanted to come back, and on the other side, it was very difficult leaving their family, leaving their razaiya and kambal and everything, and thinking, okay, fine, now I have to be ready by 9 a.m. and I have to be in the office. So the discipline part was also another challenge. So one element is the human element which was missing, and the other part was the discipline part. But later on, Allah has made human beings so very intelligent creatures. So we are trying to get adapted to the new situation. Still, the element of engagement and the people-oriented approach, every organization is still struggling. Working on different policies, working on ensuring that we come up to the right kind of productivity pace and right kind of expectation. कुछ लोग बिगड़ गए हैं, कुछ लोग ठीक हो रहे हैं, कुछ लोग वापस आने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं. So all these things are coming back to the new normal cycle, but still it will take maybe 4 or 5 more months for the proper realization and proper understanding that it's the new normal, you have to live with it, and you need to get maximum benefit out of it. And coming to your second question with the data and AI concept, unfortunately, AI industry is a very leaner organization. But when we hire students from different university every year through the batches, we tend to find out that every other student wants to join AI career. So there comes a problem. So last year, we hired 450 graduates from different universities. And out of 450 students, 350 wanted to join AI. Whereas we have an organization of 6,000 plus in Pakistan, and we had only limited positions available in the AI because we believe in leaner structure for the AI. The data team may be bigger, but AI team has to be leaner. That is how the equation works. So there comes the realization, and there comes the role of the corporate sector, collaboration with the universities, making them realize that besides AI, there are other disciplines as well, which can be equally promising in terms of career for the masses. So we should not be focusing only on the AI side. We should be evaluating other avenues as well, other technologies as well, which can be given in a combination of AI, but it will not be wholly solely AI, because that will be limiting your talent, and not every person can be AI savvy person. So not everybody can boom in a career of AI. So other avenues should also be explored equally. And the talent of the student is very important. It should not be selected as a profession through the peer pressure, or through, since my elder brother was an AI specialist, so I also have to be an AI specialist. That should not be the case. And similarly, the organizations also need to see that what technology suits their organization. If we talk about the automation, if we talk about the digitization, it's important that what exactly your business model is, and what kind of a tech side can support your business to flourish and to boom.
Thank you
I
so
hope that
much.
addresses.
If there are any other questions from the audience, our panelists are going to be there at the networking time, so you can connect with them directly also. So very quickly, closing remarks for these accountants. Badr Saab.
Thank you so much. I'll only have one message, I think, and that is to unlearn and relearn. I think that's critically important. We need to unlearn a lot of stuff and relearn the new normal. So whether it is digital, non-digital, I think that has to be done. And we, as Pakistanis, are pretty reluctant to that. So we need to unlearn a lot of stuff.
Thank you so much, Ms. Hadaf.
I'd say experiment, and within your families, encourage girls and women to go for their ambitions, and also encourage the boys to support the girls.
My simple message would be keep a tap of the market, what's going on around you, keep yourself updated and informed, so that you can take timely, proactive decisions about your career and about yourself, rather than the reactive decisions.
Thank you so much, Zia Saab.
For accountants, I think it is very important to learn the technology, to learn the data analytics, and to learn the latest development in the field of digitalization, because you are most of the time working on the data, and all the decisions making are based on the data. So for accountants, it is very much essential to learn the technologies and the latest tool, and adopt the changes as well. And we have to prepare ourselves to adopt the changes as well. We should not be reluctant to the traditional things. We should find out the new ways. We should go for the best practices of the world. Otherwise, we will be irrelevant. So this is my from my side.
Thank you so much, sir. Sir.
Gee, thank you. I'll just echo messages I think I've heard from the panelists and from others, which is number one, for the public sector, please get out of the way. Please. That's the overall, whether it's regulations, whatever level of government, we find that they simply are creating more bottlenecks than helping. So the best way is just let us do. Let those people who have creative ideas and innovations, give them a chance and let them move forward. For industry, I would say, please come together and work with us. As much as we want to work with you, there is still a distance where I think it can be bridged if you look at particular centers of excellence in many of the academic institutions. They have wonderful ideas. They want to work with you, but you also have to step forward a bit and identify specific needs you have that we can perhaps solve. Knowledge goes to you. You can do the commercialization. We're very happy with that kind of an arrangement. For the accounting profession, I would say, watch out. You are among those listed by new technologies that is supposed to get severely shaken up by these technologies. So show us the way in how you're going to adapt to these new technologies, whether it is any profession, architecture, law, accounting, and so on. The professions, they are very much part of our ecosystem. Many of our parents encourage our children to join these professions. They are noble professions. They serve and have served society really well. So I would encourage them to take on those bold leadership decisions and have those courageous conversations that you heard about, so that we are not followers, but we are going to be leaders in all of this. And don't forget, education does not begin when, this is my last comment, it doesn't begin when you start in a particular class and end in a particular class, or you start a degree program, the degree program is over, and so is your education. Education is a lifelong endeavor, and for that, we must all collaborate and do our part to help each other lift ourselves so that we can have a better society and a better world. Thank you.
Thank you so much for a very candid discussion, and I hope you all have found it insightful. We have had accountants from students till partner level, so I hope we covered everyone over here. Thank you so much, everyone, and for a great discussion.
I'd request the panelists to stay on stage. Group photo हम चलें इनकी ले लें पहले. Thank you. So please stay on stage. And thank you very much, Alina. It was a very insight. Please, sir, please have a seat for just a few more seconds. I request Mr. Joseph, ACCA President, Asad Hamid Khan, Head of ACCA Pakistan, Shahid Khan, Head of Business Development, ACCA Pakistan, and Ms. Shaista Aisha, CEO, Seed Ventures, Mr. Amir Salim, Business Development Manager, and if we have Harun Saab, Head of Member Engagement, ACCA, to please come on stage to award a token of appreciation to our kind panelist. So let's have a group photograph first, I believe. If we can all quickly line up for a group photograph, please. Can we please line up for the group photograph? Okay, so now we move on to our token of appreciations. First, we have the token of appreciation for our keynote speaker, Badr Khushnood. Thank you very much, sir, for your wonderful keynote speech. Shahid, please join them. Shahid. Next, we have a token of appreciation for our wonderful moderator, Alina Kareem, our fellow member as well. Shaista, please join. Please join. Next, we have a token of appreciation for Sadaf Abid, founder, Circle Women. Thank you, Sadaf, for your passionate words. Thank you, Sadaf. And then Dr. Arshad Ahmed, Vice Chancellor, LAMS, a very respected educationist of Pakistan. Thank you, Dr. Arshad, for joining us. Thank you. Next, we have Sir Ziaul Mustafa Awan, Chairman, Strategic Board, ICMA, Pakistan, a name very well recognized in the professional accounting industry of Pakistan. And finally, for Toima Asghar, Chief Human Resource Officer, Systems Limited, very well respected HR resource in Pakistan. Thank you very much to our panelists and to our representatives on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a quick 5-minute tea break. So tea is served on both left and right sides of the hall. You may please grab your tea and come back on your seats because we have a wonderful lineup of conversations soon after this break. We'll reconvene in 5 minutes' time. Thank you. May I request everyone to please start coming back to their seats. You may bring your tea and sandwiches to your tables, please. May I request our distinguished participants to please return back to your seats. You may bring your tea to your individual seats. May I request our guests to please settle down so we can resume our session. It's wonderful to see the passion and excitement in the room. Let's resume our session. So I would request everyone in the front as well to kindly take your seats. You may take your coffee to your individual seats, please.
Hello. So, ladies and gentlemen, I am here to support my colleague, Javeria, who has been insisting all of you to please take your seats. So, may I now request all guests to please take your seats so that we start our next very exciting session. Especially people on my right and people at the back. Okay, settle. Thank you very much. Very much.
Thank you very much, everyone. Welcome back, and we will resume our schedule for today by playing for you a virtual message by Nick Pollard, who's the Managing Director, Asia Pacific CFA Institute, and he would be sharing a message on environment, climate change, and green growth. In your round of applause, please.
On behalf of CFA Institute, I would like to thank CFA Society Pakistan.
Okay, can we play the... Sure, thank you.
Speak at today's conference about environment, climate change, and green growth. Before I say a few words, I should apologize for the production quality of the next video. I'm standing in Richard McGillivray's bedroom in Hanoi in Vietnam and doing our best to join in today's event. CFA Institute has the important mandate of advancing ethics, market integrity, and professional standards practice, which collectively contributes value to society. ESG investing and analysis has become of increasing interest to investment professionals globally as governments, asset owners, and investors consider the impact of ESG factors on their investments and local markets. We believe more thorough consideration of ESG factors by financial professionals can improve the fundamental analysis they undertake and ultimately the investment choices they make. In particular, we have a key role in helping investment professionals and investors better understand the impact of ESG factors on investments and how an investment contributes to a sustainable future. Of course, we know Pakistan is particularly vulnerable to the impacts of climate change, such as extreme weather events, floods, and droughts, and has set ambitious targets to achieve economic growth that is inclusive, environmentally sustainable, and socially equitable. Pakistan is aiming to increase the share of renewable energy in its energy mix to 30% by 2030, up from just 4% 8 years ago, and is exploring ways to transition to a circular economy. The State Bank of Pakistan is also encouraging banks to adopt sustainable lending practices and to provide finance for environmentally sustainable projects. Accelerating the sustainable investing landscape requires a collective and concerted effort by all of us, and CFA Society Pakistan and ACCA have a vital role to play to help ensure that transparent and reliable disclosures, as well as governance mechanisms, are in place, and that investors are adequately informed and educated about the fundamentals of sustainable investing. I am entirely optimistic that we can all further contribute to creating the positive impact we know that we need to see. Thank you very much, and I do hope you have a wonderful conference.
A round of applause for Nick Pollard, who's the Managing Director, Asia Pacific for CFA Institute, for his virtual message. And now to talk about opportunities amidst times of uncertainty, we have with us Mr. Sajjad Parekh, who's the Franchise Operations Finance Director, the Coca-Cola Export Corporation Pakistan branch, who's representing our strategic partner, the Coca-Cola Company. I would like to once again mention that without our partners, this event would not have been possible, and we are grateful that our strategic partner today is sharing insights which we believe are highly valuable for all of us. So Mr. Sajjad Parekh, Franchise Operations Finance Director, the Coca-Cola Export Corporation, Pakistan.
Thank you for that warm welcome. Assalamu alaikum, everyone. Honored to be here, speaking to a room full of accountants. I still remember the time when I was in a firm doing my internship like yesterday. Unfortunately, it's ancient times, not really yesterday. I think the topic is very relevant. And in fact, the theme says it all. Learn, adopt, thrive. I think that summarizes it very, very well. Over a lunch yesterday with a friend, I think he reminded me that the times we are living in can be summed up by Ghalib very easily when he says, "Mushkilai itni padi mujh par ke aasan ho gayi." But the reality might be a bit different. I don't think ye mushkilai aasan hongi. We will have to work ourselves to get ourselves out of this trouble that we are in. Times that we are living in, they are uncertain. There's certainly no doubt. And it's not just today. You go back a few years in time, we're just coming out of a pandemic. Pakistan as a country is now amidst uncertainty. I certainly don't need to remind anyone in this room here of what that uncertainty is. Just a few months ago, November, December, room full of accountants and finance professionals, we were looking at our forecast for 2023. Standing early February, that forecast looked completely irrelevant. Standing today, end of Feb, the new forecast looks completely irrelevant. So I think times will keep changing. But it's our mindset that needs to really adopt to these times. There's two ways to go about it when you're faced by uncertainty. First one, you sit back, you try and protect what you've got. Maybe as accountants, our first thought is you cut costs, try and protect, try and survive. The second one, which again lines up with what we've got here, you thrive. But you don't thrive easily. I think there's steps, there's concrete actions, there's conscious steps that we really need to take to thrive. For me, the first one and the most important one is acceptance. We need to accept not just that we're living in uncertain times, not just that these times are here to stay, but sometimes as senior leaders, as senior people, as senior figureheads, we also need to accept that we don't have all the answers. It's not really easy to stand up in a boardroom and say, guys, I don't know what 2023 is going to look like. I don't have all the answers for you as I stand today. That acceptance does not come very easily. So the first step, acceptance. Once you've accepted that you don't really know everything, the next thing you've got to do is act. Without action, any acceptance that we have is going to be meaningless. By act, what I mean is go out and learn what you don't know. From the panel earlier, the concept of unlearning and relearning, I think that becomes even more relevant. Whatever we know about financial management, whatever we know about our consumers, about the consumption patterns, about the environment that we operate in might be redundant. What we have to do is very proactively keep an eye out on emerging trends, keep a view on how the economy is moving, stay more connected than ever to your consumers, to your markets, to your customers, to your partners, throughout your supply chain. And that is the only way in which you can identify what's going to happen next. That's two. Accept you don't know, act to make sure that you know and you identify. The third step that you really need to take then is be agile, adopt. All the knowledge in the world is not going to help you if you stay to your old patterns. That adoption can come in many ways. It can come in how you communicate with your consumers, how do you advertise, how do you talk to your employees, how do you manage your teams. It can come in how you produce. What's the agility that you have in your supply chain? Can you very quickly pivot towards a new supply chain, towards new products, towards new formats, towards new specs? How do you serve the emerging needs of those consumers? Without that adoption, I think it's completely, it's going to be only survival mode, which is not going to work out. And all these three things, I think they're relevant not only to us as a company, as corporates, as leaders in the boardroom, they're equally important to us in our careers, at all stages of our career. I think it's very important to realize that all these facts hold true for us as individuals, as professionals. We have to look at not only what we learn, not only what we know, but how relevant is it going to stay? What do I really need to survive in my career? What do I really need to thrive in my career? The mindset switch from surviving to thriving, I think that's the important one. The last step, I think, which becomes even more important as individuals and careers, is networking. We have to stay connected to each other. Understand that we cannot thrive as individuals. We cannot thrive as alone, as corporate companies by themselves. It's the industry, it's the country, it's the economy that's going to thrive. And we can only do that if we are closely connected to each other, if we work as a whole to uplift the entire industry. The last bit, I think that's really more important in times like these, is having a long-term view. It might not be just about this year, it might not just be about next year, but we're living in times that will require measures that really protect the long-term view. That's all that I would like to leave you with. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sajjad, for those insightful words. And to present a token of appreciation, may I request ACCA President, Mr. Joseph, and Mr. Amir Salim, and Mr. Muhammad Shahid, and Mr. Shah Mohammad Khan, Business Development Manager, to present memento to Mr. Sajjad. Thank you very much, sir, for your support for today's event. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for everyone on stage. You may please take your seats. Moving on to our second session for today, second panel discussion. I think most of you, or maybe all of you present in the room here today, would agree with me that a leadership strategy without ethical clarity will only lead to economic bankruptcy. So ethics must begin at the top of every organization. And it is a leadership issue, and every C-level leader must set this example. So in building a sustainable future of any business, a key component is ensuring that all leaders within an organization champion the ethical code, as ethics is foundational to building high trust within and outside an organization. It is also critical to sustaining performance in our very transparent business world today. So our next segment is all about C-suite leadership, championing ethics, trust, sustainability, and accountability. And to deliver the keynote address, may I call upon Sajjad Syed, Chairman, Excellence Delivered Group. Mr. Sajjad Syed has over 25 years of experience in the diversified areas of energy, IT, and public sectors. Currently, Mr. Sajjad Syed is the chairman of Excellence Delivered Group, which is one of the largest and fastest growing IT groups in Pakistan. So in your round of applause, may I welcome Mr. Sajjad Syed, chairman, Excellence Delivered Group.
Thank you, Ji. Assalamu alaikum. First of all, I'd like to thank ACCA. I'd like to thank especially Joseph for coming over. Welcome to Pakistan. And I hope you have a wonderful, wonderful trip and see our beautiful country and understand that not everything you hear on CNN is true. And I guess you're from Nigeria, so you're probably used to this. Thank you very much, Ji. Before I start into this, it's indeed an insightful day today. I mean, there were some very engaging and insightful conversations in the previous panel, and I'd like to link to some of them as we go along. So just talking a little bit about the topic that I've been given today, if you could just move on, or there is one. So we are going to be talking a little bit about ethics, trust, sustainability, and accountability. मेरा इसमें बड़ा simple principle है. As I've grown over the last 30-35 years in business in Pakistan, working for multinationals, working on my own, working in public sector, and across various industries, oil and gas, public sector, IT, FMCGs, and the rest. Over the years, I've seen these four words slightly transform. Inki definitions, ethics, the definitions of ethics, the definition and role of trust, sustainability, and all that, over the years, it has transformed. And that's what I wanted to talk about today. Over the years, through the 20th century, as we've gone, historically, agar main is duniya ko divide karunga, I mean, I didn't want to take a lot of time. One can very distinctly see over the last 20 years, kya hua, usse purane ki to main baat hi nahi karta. Frankly, 2000 से पहले की बात करना इतनी को पुरानी बात है. The world has changed so much, उससे पहले की बात नहीं करनी चाहिए. So I divide this era into two areas: pre-COVID, COVID, and post-COVID. And I think these are the three areas which have to be seen. Pre-COVID is what I call historical, which is 2020 से लेके 2019, 2020 तक, 2000 to 2020. फिर एक era आया कोविड का, दुनिया ऊपर नीचे हो गई. The world wasn't sure what was happening. There were challenges. And then, of course, 2022, where we are today. Because I believe once we look at the world, this will be an inflection point. And beyond year 2000, जहाँ पे हम पैदा हुए थे, हमारी तरह के लोग, और some of my friends and colleagues who are sitting here, I think उसकी बात करने की जरूरत ही नहीं है. वो इतनी पुरानी बात है, वो डायनासोर era है. So, going a bit forward, 2000 to 2019 was the perspective that we had. Ethics was respected, right? So if you were ethical, you were a respected people. Log market mein izzat karte the. That was the key. Then another very important thing was board members were bearers of ethical values. So it was expected that jo board hai, usme to ethics zarur hogi. That was the general expectation. But unfortunately, it stopped there. So the board members, unme ethical hona bahut zaruri tha. Trust was a good selling point. You trust us, we are a trustworthy company. Trust us. And that was the selling point, right? In Pakistan, it's even more because as a society, we always were and still are a very low trust society. For historical reasons, or contract enforcement is an issue, sanctity of a signed contract is an issue. So we are historically, legacy-wise, culturally, we are slightly low trust society. We don't like, हम एक दूसरे को trust नहीं करते, right? So हमारे यहाँ उसकी एक बड़ी interesting nuances आ जाती हैं. Employees around 2000, that they were supposed to trust the companies. It really didn't work the other way around. And trust had a lot of costs. So we ended up putting we got a lot of business because a lot of ERP systems like SAPs and Oracles and controls and all that, those things were put into the system. So people could monitor whether organizations could trust individuals as well. So trust was sort of enforced by the organizations. Now organizations from an HR perspective were supposed to trust the companies that they're not going to be let go. And their rights and obligations are going to be honored by the company. But in the other way, there were electronic controls enforced from the company to ensure that they could trust the employees as well. Sustainability and green and ESG was a buzzword, right? So if you were green, it was cool, it was liberal, it was cool, it was important, and it was a nice thing to do. And then accountability was mainly around fraud detection. That was accountability, the element of accountability. So if you did something wrong, you would get caught. Then COVID happened. When COVID happened, all of a sudden, it was a major inflection point for the organizations. And around that time, something else happened. Ethics was no longer just a board mandate. When something moves from board to the CEO, something very important changes because now it becomes operational. And I felt that, I founded my company that I work for. I founded that in 2010. And then in 2020, I did something very strange. I resigned as the CEO. And we have a professional CEO, the guy who joined us as a management trainee. He was a CEO. And when I said I left the job, I actually resigned from my own company. Very, very unlikely thing in Pakistan. Very difficult thing in Pakistan. But a very successful thing in Pakistan. And we took that leap of faith. And it was such a humbling experience that post my departure, the company has done much better than I ever ran it. Because I realized that as a SAT, I was probably the bottleneck to the company. And the guy who's running the company is absolutely no relation to me. The first time I met him was when he applied as a management trainee to the company. And somebody, you were just asking me that, how does it feel? So मैं आपको अपना किस्सा सुनाता हूँ. We recently signed a contract to implement SAP somewhere. And they were doing a signing ceremony. And because I knew the CEO, he said, why don't you join us? So I'm no longer a signatory. So I just visited there. Or I'm chairman of the board, but I'm not part of the operations or at all. So our marketing manager, Mr. Taimur, sitting here, and the salesperson also sitting there. जब ये तस्वीरें खींच रहे थे, तो मुझे कहते हैं, सर जरा आगे से हट जाए, हमारा फ्रेम खराब हो रहा है. And it was such a wonderful experience because they were doing their job. And that is what I expect out of them. I'm going to hold the CEO responsible if our sales are down, if our branding is not good, or if we breach or any of our ethical or moral values, I'm going to hold the CEO responsible. And he did his job. And even if it requires to get me out of the frame, and that is what is expected out of him. So coming back to the topic, so trust is an element that was built, and it is really needed for scalability. Sustainability became more than a buzzword. It became a lifestyle. People for the first time realized during COVID that, we have a problem in environment. We are destroying the environment and the world that we are living in. Kitne hain? How many of us actually felt during the lockdowns that the air is cleaner? Or we are seeing birds that we've not seen before, right? We are seeing mountains on the motorway that we never saw before. I mean, some of us were actually saying that shayad we should do a voluntary lockdown once every weekend, once a month. हमें शायद पूरी city को वैसे ही बंद कर देना चाहिए Saturday, Sunday को. And for the first time, people realized that yes, it is a problem. क्योंकि over time, over generations, जब आप pollution करते हो, उसका इतना slow impact होता है that we don't realize the damage we are creating. अब हमें smog ज़्यादा लगती है because we know what clean air means. So sustainability की realization came in for the first time. And then for accountability, new systems were developed. New systems were developed to envisage and monitor the following. We developed for the first time, we developed systems during COVID to monitor trust. So on the technology side, ये Zoom वगैरह सारे हुए ताकि अब अगर आप work from home कर रहे हैं, they needed systems to make sure that people are attending the job, कि वो अपने hours पूरे कर रहे हैं. So systems not only trust की एक नई definition बनी, आप अब you no longer were you able to sign in and sign out your time. And that was the element that created technology and accountability. एक नई definitions आ गई because the definition now changed. Because of sustainability and people knew what they were missing, sustainability के measures और accountability आ गए. And then once it came into the CEO, because now CEO is solely responsible for ethics of the organization, something else happened and is happening today. The ethical values for organizations are now very quickly permeating to the last man on the job. No longer is it expected that the organizational values and ethics and the social values and ethics are limited to the board or to the top man. They have to be done and acted upon and enforced by the last person on the foot, by the foot soldier. And it is no longer acceptable in the society or in the business community. So the definition of ethics also evolved. What also evolved was the trust. New systems are developed. Right now, we made some money on it. We developed something called a VDAS system, a virtual desktop. So आपका laptop जो होता है वो actually cloud पे होता है और हम कहते हैं तो उसे productivity but actually monitors how much is your people actually using. वो laptop पे बैठ के is he actually doing the work or is he browsing the net or is he watching videos? अगर YouTube पे videos देख रहा है तो is he watching YouTube video to learn things or is he watching I don't know कोई news channel देख रहा है? So that particular definition of productivity management and systems developed to ensure trust has happened and give accountability. Flag factor. Low trust के अंदर जब societies होती थी, so they started breaking up and new systems are developed to ensure that that particular trust can be monitored. So new accountability systems came in. When we talk about systems like AI and all, right? A lot of AI right now is being used to monitor and ensure accountability. आपके जो ERP systems हैं, they are no longer just implementing controls, they are also monitoring them. आपके KYC के systems हैं, your systems of money laundering, AML वगैरह के systems आपने banking में देखे होंगे. FATF का लफ्ज़ आपने बहुत दफा सुना है. All of those, there are electronic systems which make sure this happens. Sustainability became a statutory requirement. I'm sure most of the accounting knows जहाँ पे where you are going to give your financial statements about your balance sheets and P&Ls and cash flow statements, you will also be talking about your ESG impact, your carbon impact. And now there are systems being developed. आप export ही नहीं कर सकेंगे. You will be unable to export to EU unless you monitor your CO2 equivalents. So sustainability also becomes a very important thing. And now organizations, because of those measurement things and those reporting requirements on sustainability and others, your accountability is no longer limited to your financial issues. अब historically आपकी accountability उस वक्त होती थी जब कोई crime commit हो जाता था. Exxon Valdez ने जब sustainability के कानून तोड़े, जब pollution की, so people went to jail, they were fined. But it's no longer the case now. Now it's become proactive. Now your accountability and organizations are accountable for their ethics, for their sustainability, and for making sure, and all employees and the companies, for this trust का वो commit करते हैं, are they honoring that trust or not? With this, I again thank you all for giving me the opportunity, and I hope the next panel, and I've seen a number of panelists on the list. They are wonderful individuals. I'm sure it will be a great learning and insightful experience for all of you. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity. I wish you the best of luck. Thank you.
Sajjad sir, if I may request you to stay on stage for your token of appreciation, please. And if I may also request Mr. Joseph and Mr. Asad Hamid Khan and Mr. Mohammad Shahid Khan to please join on stage to present a token of appreciation to Mr. Sajjad Syed, Chairman, Excellence Delivered Group. Thank you. Thank you very much, everyone. So my question to our esteemed audience is, what do you think about our first, it has been no in your round of applause. That's not bad. So the good news is that I have another excellent roundup of speakers lined up for our second panel discussion on a very important topic, which is C-suite leadership, championing ethics, trust, sustainability, and accountability. And to moderate, we have none other than our ACCA's fellow member, Komal Altaf, and she's serving as CFO for Nestle Pakistan Limited. So may I request Komal Altaf to please join me on stage. She has an extensive experience of around 15 years working in different capacities and has worked on various projects in UAE, Switzerland, and wider Middle East, North Africa region with Nestle, enabling sustainable, profitable growth of the organization. So all ACCA members in the hall today, how proud we are of Komal Altaf. Round of applause. Next, we have with us Mr. Sohail Qadri, who's the Director, Projects and Policy Research and Company Secretary at Punjab Board of Investment and Trade. Mr. Sohail Qadri is filling in for Mr. Jalal Hassan, who's the CEO of PBIT, who couldn't join us today, unfortunately, because of his meeting with the Prime Minister. So, Mr. Sohail, we welcome you as part of our panel today. Next, we have with us Mr. Kashif Anwar, who's the President of Lahore Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Thank you very much, sir, for joining us today for our panel discussion. Our next panelist is Ms. Masooma Zaidi. She's the Vice President Sales at Interloop Limited. She's a seasoned leader with more than 24 years experience spanning various industries. Her last role before joining Interloop was Chief Supply Chain Officer for Khadi SMC Private Limited. Previously, she has worked on key commercial positions at Walmart, JCPenney, and Macro Habib, Pakistan. Masooma holds a BSc Honours degree in Food Technology from Barani Agriculture College and an LLB degree as well. Her areas of interest are gardening, traveling with family, and cooking. So wonderful to have you, ma'am, with us today. And then we have with us Mohammed Awais, who's the partner EY Ford Roads associated with the tax service line of Ernst & Young, Lahore since 1998. He has over 25 years of hands-on experience of providing international and domestic direct and indirect taxation services to a wide range of clients. He has been extensively involved in presenting yearly fiscal budget changes and their impact on taxpayers to various stakeholder groups. He has also been involved in various domestic and international tax reform projects. I'm sure we have a lot of questions for him. So welcome to the panel, Mr. Mohammed Awais. And we have with us Mr. Shahzeb Sawal, who's a fellow member of ACCA and is an experienced management consultant and senior director at one of the big four firms, advising clients on complex institutional transformations and performance improvement programs. He's also a member of the member network panel of ACCA and a certified Six Sigma Black Belt from the International Six Sigma Institute. So a round of applause for our panel here today. And over to you, Komal.
Hello.
10 minutes for your discussion with the panelists and then 10 minutes for the QA with the audience.
Whenever you want me to stop, just signal me.
Okay, timing.
Otherwise, we follow this. Assalamu alaikum, everybody. It's a great pleasure to be here. Firstly, thank you to ACCA for organizing such a nice event. Thank you also to all the audience for making time out in such a busy time and joining us for these crucial conversations. Thank you also to the two Sajjads who were starting off the session. I don't see them around, but their insights were very valuable. There was a mention of dinosaur era. And if I relate back to my organization, I work for Nestle. It has been around for more than 150 years. And this kind of existence is impossible unless you have the right fundamentals of trust and you hold yourself accountable. So Saqib sir was mentioning, as an individual, do you go back to your homes in the evening and ask how well you did? So I think the same applies to organizations. And at the same time, it's very important that the organizations, they continue to adapt and evolve with time. Since several years now, sustainability has become more important. But there have been eras, the dinosaur eras, where people were really questioning if sustainability is a business concern or a philanthropic one. But today, many companies have a global and public commitment on sustainability, including Nestle. So here, I would like to thank our esteemed panelists for joining us today for this crucial conversation, where we will be exploring the themes of trust, accountability, sustainability. And I would like to start first with Mr. Kashif. So if we look at the recent times, several countries are going through geopolitical instability. Then several countries are also going through natural calamities. And this is after a very challenging time of COVID. In the context of Pakistan, what advice would you give to the business leaders so that they're successful in these challenging times? हाँ, मैं करती हूँ.
बिस्मिल्लाहिर्रहमानिर्रहीम. थैंक यू वेरी मच. मेरा हाल है बिजनेस लीडर्स से ज़्यादा हमारे पॉलिटिकल लीडर्स को मैसेज देने की ज़रूरत है कि वो चार्टर ऑफ अंडरस्टैंडिंग साइन करें और चार्टर ऑफ इकोनॉमी साइन करें, क्योंकि शायद तकदीर हमारे हाथ में नहीं है. तकदीर उन शायद 2000 लोगों के हाथ में है जो 20 करोड़ अवाम की तकदीर को लिख रहे हैं. तो इट इज़ वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट कि वो एक पेज के ऊपर आ जाएं, हमारी इकोनॉमी का सोचें, हमारा सोचें, हमारे फ्यूचर का सोचें, क्योंकि जब तक वो एक पेज के ऊपर नहीं होंगे तब तक हम कुछ नहीं कर सकते. दिस इज द मैसेज फॉर द पॉलिटिकल लीडरशिप. और दे हैव टू करेक्ट देमसेल्व्स. उन्हें इस वक्त अगर हम, इट इज इम्पॉर्टेंट फॉर अस कि हमें शॉर्ट टर्म, मीडियम टर्म और लॉन्ग टर्म स्ट्रेटजीज बनानी है, तो उन्हें इस वक्त शॉर्टेस्ट स्ट्रेटजी बनानी है कि इस वक्त हमने क्राइसिस से निकलना कैसे है. हमने सोचा क्या है अपने आप को क्राइसिस से निकालने का? क्या हमने आज भी हमने अपनी प्रायोरिटीज को डिसाइड किया है कि हमारी प्रायोरिटी क्या है? अभी हमारे $30 बिलियन का फ्लड नुकसान पहुंचा गया, क्या आज भी हमने कुछ सोचा है? हमारा $25 बिलियन का फ्यूल इंपोर्ट है, क्या आज भी हमने कुछ सोचा है? नहीं, हमने आज भी कुछ नहीं सोचा. तो मैं समझता हूँ बीइंग द प्रेसिडेंट लाहौर चैम्बर के, मुझे नहीं सोचना, हमारी लीडरशिप को सोचना है, हमारी गवर्नमेंट को सोचना है कि वो हमें कहाँ पर लेकर जा रहे हैं. तो अगर जब तक वो हमारे लिए पॉलिसीज को करेक्ट नहीं करेंगे, जब तक हमारी पॉलिसीज को, हम जो कंटिन्यूटी ऑफ पॉलिसीज की बात करते हैं, हम इसकी बात करते हैं कि जनाब आप हमें एनवायरनमेंट कैसा दे रहे हैं, और जब जिसकी हम अकाउंटेबिलिटी की बात कर रहे हैं, आप अगर हम एज अ बिजनेस इंडिविजुअल हम अकाउंटेबल होने को तैयार हैं, तो हमसे पहले अकाउंटेबल किसी और ने होना है. Accountability doesn't start from the bottom. Accountability starts from the top. They have to get themselves accountable. Then they can ask us to be accountable. Trust उन्हें पैदा करना है. हम तो अपने जिस तरह से भी अपने बिजनेसेस को चला रहे हैं, इंटरेस्ट रेट्स को आप देख लें, इन्फ्लेशन को आप देख लें, डिवेल्यूएशन को आप देख लें, पोर्ट पे कंटेनर्स को आप देख लें, डिपार्टमेंट्स को आप देख लें, टैक्स को आप देख लें, पॉलिसीज को आप देख लें, क्या ये तमाम पॉलिसीज, क्या ये तमाम सिस्टम्स हमारे बिजनेस के लिए हैं? हम तो इस वक्त सिर्फ सर्वाइवल के वर्ज पे हैं कि हमने सर्वाइव कैसे करना है, हमने क्लोजर को कैसे रोकना है. और अब क्या हम जो ये बार बार बात करते हैं कि हमने वी आर वेरी हैप्पी फॉर दिस कि हमने अपनी करेंसी को डिवैल्यू कर दिया. पर्सनली आई एम अगेंस्ट इट. हमारी करेंसी बीइंग इंपोर्ट बेस्ड कंट्री, हमारी करेंसी को डिवैल्यू नहीं होना चाहिए, क्योंकि हम हर रॉ मटेरियल तो हम इंपोर्ट करते हैं. हम कहते हैं जी हम एक्सपोर्ट कंपेटिटिव होने के लिए जा रहे हैं. कैसे होने के लिए जा रहे हैं? हमारी तो तमाम चीजें महंगी हो गई हैं, डबल हो गई हैं. आपकी बिजली कहाँ, हम फ्यूल जो इंपोर्ट कर रहे थे और कन्वर्ट कर रहे थे 150 पे, अब हम उसको कर रहे हैं 275 के ऊपर, तो अल्टीमेटली दैट हैज गॉन वेरी हाई. सो माय मैसेज इज नॉट फॉर the business community, my message is for the political leadership, and this is very clear. We all the chambers have started this campaign. All the Pakistanis have to stand for us. If all the political parties and all the opposition and the governments, they'll not sit at one page and they'll not sign the Charter of Understanding, they'll not sign the Charter of Economy, they can sign Charter of Democracy, they can sign Act of 1973, so they can sign Charter of Understanding, they can sign Charter of Economy. Otherwise, we the chambers, we the business community has decided to boycott the elections. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Kashif. आपने mention किया about the one page, about the shorter strategy to tackle these challenges. My next question would be to Sir Sohail. What can you add from your perspective कि public sector क्या कर सकता है, regulatory bodies क्या कर सकती हैं to help tackle these challenges, and also on the matter of sustainability, और companies को कैसे support कर सकती हैं to develop these net zero transition plans?
Thank you very much for this opportunity to have been discussed this very critical aspect, जिसको भी आपने पहले क्वेश्चन में प्रेसिडेंट साहब के साथ भी उठाया. उससे पहले जस्ट टू कंटेक्चुअलाइज द ओवरऑल डिस्कशन में, पिछली जो हमारी डिस्कशन थी और जो सजाद साहब ने एक बड़ी एलैबोरेटिव प्रेजेंटेशन यहाँ पे की, उसको ब्रिज करने की कोशिश करूँगा. So in my personal view, this is not the new normal. We are currently living into the next normal. So a tectonic shift has taken place, which has asked the world to not to just react to it. पिछले 1-2 साल में हमने वैक्सीन्स बना के मुख्तलिफ तरीकों से, या इस वक्त जो इकोनॉमिक सिचुएशन है, we are trying to react to it. It requires the world to respond to it, and response is always quantifiable. It has to have a method. It has to have a proper methodology applied to it, so we can actually address the root cause. दूसरी चीज़ अभी एक ऑन द लाइटर नोट बात हुई कि कोविड से पहले का जो ईरा था, that was for the dinosaurs. Let me very clearly admit it, that the government is and was in the business of breeding dinosaurs. Please do not expect us to breed unicorns all of a sudden. And if somebody is from the IT startup, they can clearly place the word unicorn. The government is into the business of reacting to the situation. They rise, they learn from the industry, they rise with them. There is a certain parallel learning system that the government applies to its framework. Government is always willing to give the enabling framework. They always try to respond to the situation. Maybe not as agile as somebody may like it to be. Government के अपने कुछ इस तरह के मोमेंटम्स होते हैं, कुछ इस तरह की चीजें होती हैं जिसमें वो बिजनेस डिसीजन मेकिंग की तरह एजिलिटी शो नहीं कर सकते. There is a certain flow to it. The real need of this hour is that the business community and जैसे प्रेसिडेंट साहब ने भी मेंशन किया, उसको लीड लेने की इजाज़त दी जाए, या उसको उस तरीके से मैच्योर होने की, ग्रोथ, ग्रूमिंग अचीव करने की इजाज़त दी जाए कि वो खुल के अपना काम कर सके. I fully agree to that point, but then the government is also into the business of implementing certain bounds. There is a tax collection aspect to, there is a whole revenue aspect to it, जहाँ पे government अपने welfare state के काम कुछ करना चाहती है. So this whole equation has to have a very, very balanced approach to it. The private sector has to come forth. They need to start forming JVs. The government is, of course, in the business of facilitating them. PBIT, आप एक चीज़ से अंदाज़ा लगा लें, if anybody in the audience is not aware of what we do, we are an investment promotion and facilitation agency. There is a specific arm of the government which has been placed right at the core of the government's business to facilitate the business. हम कितनी effectively या कितनी efficiently इसको achieve करते हैं, that is yet another yardstick to be discussed probably at a different forum. But there is a will. There is an intent. We need to learn from the private sector. Private sector needs to take the lead from us. And it is only going to be a joint effort to create a win-win situation. Otherwise, you give me something and I give it back to you probably with a certain amount of profit. In fact, accounting says it remains a zero-sum game. We do not have to go for a zero-sum game. We have to work together. And government is ready to play its role. And I'm very confident to say that we are in difficult situations. Things can get very blurry at times, but there is always a light at the end of the tunnel. So I hope that responds to your question.
Thank you, Suhail. It was very enlightening. I agree with the comment ke enabling framework chahiye. There needs to be a balanced approach. With that, I move to Awais. So once we have such an enabling framework ke unicorns or ban sakti hain companies, and we can really spearhead them. Can you just share some light on how leaders really can ensure कि जो भी ये regulations होती हैं, that you really comply with them? And what role does compliance play in sustainability?
Thank you, Komal. First of all, before going to your question, obviously, as Kashif sir has started, we are passing through in a very difficult time. I can see because from the since past 20, 25 years at least, once we are seeing that the businesses are now facing a lot of problems. And the basic thing is their existence. The challenge is how they can continue providing the business activities and those things. And surely the role of regulators is quite important. And the major reason has rightly been pointed out, that is the political instability which the country is at this moment passing through. And if that is because that is the start, once the political stability will come, then the regulatory side will start working there on. When I see particularly on our regulatory side, I always praise the regulators because the policies which have been provided that are quite good. That I don't give any blame to the policies. Yes, on the other side, the problem is of the implementation, that how these are going to be implemented. But for a business, surely at this moment they need some support from regulatory side, from implementation side. And at this moment, the regulators or the stakeholders have to think how they can mobilize the resources, and economy needs some jump therein. On the other side, I will also add here that because we belong to the accounting community, we are managing the financial health of some of the companies, financial side, and also some of the people are also working on the similar regulatory side. So we all have to work together. We can't only foresee, because in the ideal environment, obviously anyone can work, can grow, can get the desired result. But in a challenging environment, if anyone is contributing therein, that is the big achievement which that person can be. So for the people, obviously, while working in the similar situation, we have to continue and get the opportunities which we can avail, which we can utilize for betterment of our business, for betterment of society, for betterment of the economy. But on the other side, the regulator definitely have to provide some support to the businesses.
Thank you, Awais. So you talked about implementation and really taking individual responsibility also for implementation once the regulations are in place. Now coming to a more practical aspect, and here I would like to go to Ms. Masuma, please. So once the regulations are in, the really practical challenge is that it's the employees who are on the ground, who are in the operations, who are on a day-to-day basis taking very tough business decisions and making critical decisions which can sometimes have competing interests. So here my question is, what can the business leaders do to make sure that these employees are trained and they are equipped in making these ethical decisions?
Thank you, Komal. Okay, I can start off by saying that as a company, the leadership needs to ensure that there is a great framework of what the company's value system is going to be and what the company's what ethical standards is the company going to be holding itself to. Having said that, at the end of the day, it's no matter how great a write-up you have on what our values are and what is our ethical standard, etc., it is not the company that is taking the decision. It is that employee that is going to be making the choice to make the decision according to that standard or not according to that standard. So it just comes out that a lot of reliance is there on the ethical values of that person. And that, I think, is as important to create an environment where that person can take the ethical, the high road, the morally correct path, because that's a path of courage. And we as individuals are very concerned about how it's going to impact us. So if as leaders you cannot give that environment where that employee can take that decision, can have the courage, can muster up the courage to do it, it is because, you see, I very firmly believe that we're all good individuals. We're not, very seldom do you come across absolute evil. Yeah. It's the environment that makes us make the choice that we do. So if that environment can be eased up, now that environment can be eased up by the leadership, by providing, number one, walking the talk, imperative. Even as parents, we see, if you do not do what you're saying, even your child does not follow that order. So you have to walk the talk. That's the first step. But then secondly, you have to create an environment where you're rewarding the courageous acts of people, where it's not that somebody speaks up and that's where the reprimand for that person starts. So creating that environment, creating a culture which is going to enable ethics is important. Also, I see that, and I think that very interesting points were being raised about education and curriculum and in the previous conversations. And being the dinosaur that I am, I strongly feel that over time, what has happened to Pakistan as a country, to our households as society, is that ethics is something which we have thought that somebody else is going to come and teach. It's not only the organization, it's not creating a great values of the company, it's not creating great systems here and there. It's also our education system, it's also our parenting. So I think that's another thing which I seriously think as a Pakistani, as a mother, that we lack in our society, and we need to bring it back. We need to start glamorizing ethics in our content, in our different forums that are there, be it be our media, be it be. So I think all of that is also necessary. But from a company's perspective, as a leader, creating an environment where people can speak up, it's encouraging courage, and it's not invoking fear in people. Creating avenues where people can have maybe anonymous forums where they can anonymously put forward or call out things. That is important. That's about it, I guess. That's about it. It's creating that culture, walking the talk with yourself, starting with yourself, doing the courageous things. You're letting your people know that it's okay. It's okay to speak up. Tolerating as a leader when somebody does, because sometimes it doesn't feel good. I think that's it.
Thank you, Masuma. So you talked about employees making the choice, but then also the leaders making the choice.
Absolutely.
Walking the talk, the culture.
Starts from there.
So let's talk more about leaders. And here I would like to go to Shahzeb. So here, what really tangibly can the leaders do to ensure that sustainability, ethics, trust is really part of the strategy and the decision-making process, and it's not just printed on the wall somewhere, not just discussed once in a year for annual reports? Please share your thoughts.
Integrating sustainability.
Yes, and
Yeah.
ethics, yes.
So the two parts we can divide the question. One should be, I think, why we need to establish first, the why we need it, and then the how part. So I think why part is pretty clear. Like from many earlier conversation, if you don't want to become, old age ancients, dinosaurs, and any business who want to become resilient in the future, in the long term, and they want to tackle the challenges, the risks and opportunities of the changing world, they have to integrate the sustainability component into their decision-making framework. That's understood. But here comes the how part, and particularly from the leader's perspective, if I consider. So number one thing in the how part, I will be brief and like quick, 2-3 points quickly. Number one is very important that leaders should lead with the example. That's if you want this to be integrated in the values, so leaders should lead the examples. You should tone from the top to reduce the waste, to invest in new technologies, to alternate transportation, gives a very powerful message across the whole organization that yes, we are committed to. At the same time, there need to be a frequent discussion about importance of sustainability within the organizations is very important, and the leader should also model the behavior which emphasize the importance of sustainability. That's number one. Number second is you can't do all the things overnight. You have to like prioritize the initiatives of the sustainability, and you have to like in our lingo we talk about now, next and beyond. You have to like make strategies which initiatives you want to take earlier, and then you have to embed into the operation systems. And very important, number one thing is you have to embed into the performance management system is very important. And then you need to have the goals and all the priorities aligned. You have to encourage employees to work towards those goals, give them the right ecosystem, and also very important, there need to be a reward mechanism and reporting mechanisms in place to ensure that all these sustainability priorities are at forefront and it is being pursued. So that's very important. Third thing which I want to talk about is very important, as Ma'am Masuma just mentioned, that there need to be very clear and communication on sustainability principles across the organizations. That is very important. We need to train our employees on these fronts, encourage them to think proactively about sustainability, and give them incentives when they do it. So I think if we do all these things, that's how we can integrate sustainability into our decision making framework. And last thing, organizations should also go out, engage with stakeholder conversations, similar forums like this, public open dialogues, so that they can broaden their own understanding and commitment to the sustainability. So that's my view. Thank you.
Thank you, Shazib. When you were giving me these aspects, one thing which really stood out for me was performance measurement system. And I think there I can just share a small example from Nestle. So as a food manufacturer, it is clear that we cannot avoid the impacts of climate change. Our raw materials come from agriculture, the output of capital, output of cattle is impacted by climate change, their feed is impacted by climate change. So our leaders had to make an unwavering commitment to fight on the sustainability. So in Nestle Pakistan, we have a small product. It's called juices, Nesfruta Fruta Vitals. I don't know if anybody in the room has tried that, but a couple of years ago, we moved from plastic straws to paper straws. And the cost impact over there was more than 100%. I cannot share with you the impact, but to me still it is too shocking. And Nestle Pakistan did not want to make the switch because we have made a fundamental commitment that our sustainability projects, we will fund internally via savings. So we will not pass on the cost to consumers. So mostly in principle, that's what we follow. And when Nestle Pakistan could not really absorb the cost, we went back to our group in Switzerland, our headquarters, and we said we cannot really move to paper straws. But our leaders over there had a commitment and they did not want to back off. So they said, you go ahead with the paper straws and we will give you a target relief. So that links to the performance measurement system as well, that how it needs to be integrated, and there needs to be a push and commitment from all levels of the organization, and then it becomes an enabler. And then talking about enablers, I would like to touch upon another one which you mentioned was technology. So Masuma, coming back to you, when it comes to technology, how can we leverage that when it comes to promoting sustainability, and how can leaders really make the best use of it?
Okay, so सबसे पहले तो ये I'd like to say that sustainability, usually when when this term is used, people immediately go to climate change and environment, and sustainability is a lot bigger than this. Sustainability is sustainability of the business. Sustainability is the robust growth that the business is supposed to achieve year over year. And after saying that, you kind of need to have a little broader vision into the use of technology as well. Where we live in today is the age of technology. We are at every level faced with technology all the time, no matter what our level of education is, no matter what our role in the society is, whatever the QR code that you're using, the barcode that's coming, that's being used, all of that is technology. So we're at a stage where technology has entered our lives nicely, sweetly, and we haven't really gotten to know about it as well. The cell phones, the plethora of things. And I think similarly, technology has a very, very important role to play in already and in the years to come, to try and kind of make it easy for us, support the businesses to become to have a sustainable growth year over year. The businesses that are in the business of where sustainability, the environmental sustainability, manufacturing businesses, where it matters a lot because what they're doing can affect the environmental sustainability. So tracing, tracking, the produce that's going through their facility. Also, I feel that it is extremely important to realize that more and more we need to become smart organizations, and it is the world that we live in. Somehow or the other, we have managed to make it kind of almost burst at the seams with pop. So the need for efficiency, the need for making sure that what we're doing is efficient, less wasteful. We're preserving the planet. We're preserving it's not only just preserving the planet, it's also profit and sustainability that efficiency level kind of lends to the business. I really think that technology is extremely important, and it's becoming more important by the day, because in order to monitor all of that, we need and to support this continuous need for efficiency, continuous need for making sure that we're not wasteful for about our environment, etc. There are technological tools that are coming in, and I think those are the new avenues that as mankind we're dipping our toes in and bringing solutions to, like just somebody, it was mentioned that they were forced to sit down and work on controls that can actually tell whether people are, or monitor, not tell. I'm not such a big fan of policing, but monitor on how it is being, the flexibility hours are being used. Or so I think in every way technology is coming forward, and technology is offering a solution, whether it's forecasting demand, whether it is tracing materials that are going through your supply chain, whether it is how you're monitoring your employees, well, in terms of PMS, performance. Everything is already has started employing or utilizing tools, technological tools, or is going to need one in the coming times. I think that's like everything else. That is what industry, that is what manufacturing, that is what all businesses also will be extremely reliant on.
Thank you, Masuma. Thank you for sharing about smart organizations who are getting more efficient, who are getting better and stronger at cost savings, not just that, but also more sustainable ways, more monitoring, which is really paving way to, let's say, a better return as well. Another enabler is policies and regulations as well. So I come back to you, Sohail. What is it that you can share in terms of how regulations and policies can support an ethical business today?
Yeah, that's a very good question. But just by the way, my CEO's arrived here. So there goes my candid comments. I'll now stick to the book. In terms of regulations and how do they help in keeping the overall framework of ethics intact, regulation is more about sharing of information. It's about becoming more transparent, accountable, auditable, while you are still doing your business in a certain commercial, profitable way. We've got the framework of public sector corporate governance rules. We've got the Code of Corporate Governance rules being implemented as part of the listing regulations. Then we've got the whole set of books, thousands and thousands of them written, just to see how ethics move around. At the day end, what was earlier suggested by the panel, it really boils down to that how the overall framework of the company, how Madam has just mentioned, how you set your value goals and how strongly you actually stick to them. It is important for the leadership to make it loud and clear for each and every one of us as the employees, and then for the political and the administrative leadership through their laws, through their legislation actions, to the general public, that there is no bad coming their way if they just stick to the proper ethics. But there are certain issues, and we have experienced that, and I would love to have some guidance from my seniors as well. We have had a fashion of having whistleblowing policy. And then we have had the whole Greek politics going all around the organization. Everybody was trying to mole upon everybody else. People were actually spending more time in collecting evidence against their colleagues, which were probably pushing them to perform well. And then we've got a very controversial gender-related legal framework of harassment. And there are so many aspects to it to discuss. However, there has to be a balance that needs to be struck. Same goes, and I'll conclude my discussion, same goes for the regulators, same goes for the policymakers. They have to try to achieve that thin, fine balance, that line where the equation can be on an even keel to make sure that there's certain growth, sustainability goes on, but people observe the ethics, because it is important not only for them, not only for the stakeholders, but this is the very basic essence of what we try to achieve as humans as well, as a society. So everything must culminate, work towards, vector towards ethics. Everything should have an enabling environment कि ethics के stick करते हुए हम कुछ काम कर सकें. So these are the two bits के regulator क्या कर सकते हैं. Frameworks अपनी जगह पे हैं, उनको कितना implement किया जा सकता है, उसकी कितनी detection की जा सकती है. There are methods to it, and then there are ways to find the loopholes and go beyond them. हम तो text के अंदर बड़े अच्छे loopholes ढूंढते हैं. That's how we are trained actually as practitioners. तो ethics तो बहुत vast field है. Thank you.
Thank you. So we talked about regulators, we talked about leaders, we talked about employees, we talked about technology. So coming to the best part, looking at the accountancy profession. So here my question is to Aves. What can the accountancy profession do in delivering a more sustainable, more ethical world? And how can they collaborate better with others? Please come. When it was read, it was fine. Yes.
Aware that accountants hold a very key position in any of the organization. It's not only the management of accounts or the funds, rather it is the management of the whole entity at that time, because the whole entity is based on the how the good management has been made by our accountants. And surely as already has been said, that the things are started from the top leadership. And when I see our finance function people, obviously they are one of the key management part and the top leadership. So the values, ethical values, sustainability, and everything can be started from the upward, obviously. Definitely, they have to start from their own work. Firstly, how they are working, and then because of the fact that they are monitoring the approximately the all areas of any of the organization, so they have to be very careful. They may have some monitoring responsibilities also, that the policies which have been provided for that has correctly been implemented, and any deviation or any problem there is, that should be fixed firstly. And on the other side, obviously the continuous improvement therein. Because whenever any policy is formulated in the start, obviously you can face certain challenges therein while implementing, or as the organization is evolving, their changes are also required. So that upgradation of any such policy is also can be dealt or can be cautioned from the finance leaders or from the accountancy side, that can be pointed out. So, and that side will be that these values can be created, initially can be created, then implemented from the start, then its monitoring can be made from the all angles of the organization, and their performance report should be provided to the top leadership or to the board. Whatever the improvement is there required therein, that should be properly taken care of. So all these steps, if it has been taken care of, obviously there can be a continuous upgradation and implementation of these values and the policies.
Thank you, Awais. Shazib, would you also like to add something? Yes. How can the audit profession really support in driving more sustainability in the business world? Accountancy profession, audit profession.
So I think most of the points Awais has already covered. So I'll be brief. So one thing, I think there are avenues. Number one, as just mentioned, that accountants are on the forefront to provide the relevant information to commercial and government institutes to make more informed decision making, because they are providing financial statements, they are providing the insights. So I think they are, and in our lingo we said, the better the questions, better the answer, and better the working world. So all the things start from the right question, and for the right question, read right information, right data to ask the right question. I think where the accountants can play a very good role to give them the right information, where we can debate, So that's the first thing, informed decision making. They can support on that. Number second is, I think they can contribute directly by their work on the sustainability component, because they work with many institutes. They measure, monitor, report organization environmental sustainability and performance reporting. That's what they do. They provide assurances, and it also give any organization the motivation and the commitment that how our progress is being tracked and what impact our measures have been creating in the society. So that's the second thing. Third thing, I think they can create value by collaborating more. I think that's very important. Like professions from different organizations can come together, they can collaborate to share their best practices, identify new ideas to innovate. And not even accountants, I must say that even they can go beyond. And this sustainability mechanism because it's something beyond one profession. So they have to collaborate with consultants, with strategists, with academia, with the lawyers to tackle some global challenges like climate change, poverty alleviations, which are not beyond under the domain of any single profession. So they have to come together, they have to collaborate. So I think this is the third area where they can create value to the society. So just to conclude my discussion, number one is supporting informed decision making. Number second is working on sustainability. And number third is creating a collaboration among different professions. So that's my answer.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So accountants have to be multi-talented
They
in
have to-
multiple fields. Fully agree. So you mentioned about asking the right questions. I will ask an interesting question, and it's my last question to Kashif. So you are president of one of the largest chambers in Pakistan. Your member organizations, they play a significant contribution to the economy. You already touched upon the charter. Can you just share your thoughts about, is there any merit in really reviving it, and how we can build sustainability aspect into it?
देखिए बात ये है कि ग्लास आधा खाली है या ग्लास आधा भरा हुआ है, और हम चाहते क्या हैं करने। हम बिल्कुल सब कुछ कर सकते हैं, लेकिन क्या हमारी विल है इसको करने की? हम सस्टेन करना क्या चाहते हैं, ये भी बहुत ज़रूरी है जानना। और फिर वही बात है कि क्या हम जिस लहज पे खड़े हैं आज, हम किस चीज़ को सस्टेन अब करना चाह रहे हैं, हमें इसको डिटर्मिन करना होगा अभी कि हम अपने आप को लेके कहाँ जा रहे हैं। देखिए अगर हम बातें करेंगे तो दे आर वेरी गुड। मैं जब मार्केटिंग पढ़ रहा था तो वो 4 P's पढ़ा करते थे, प्रोडक्ट, प्राइस, प्लेस और प्रमोशन, पर मैं आज तक 30 साल में इम्प्लीमेंट नहीं कर सका उसको। जो हम किताबों के अंदर पढ़ते हैं, अगर हम उसको प्रैक्टिकली उस तरह से अप्लाई करना शुरू कर दें तो शायद वो उस तरह से अप्लाई नहीं होता। ہمیں یہ دیکھنا ہوگا. اور پھر وہی بات ہے کہ میں جیسے بھی بات ہو رہی تھی, ہماری پالیسیز ہیں, ہم نے قوانین تو بنا دیے ٹیکس سے ریلیٹڈ. اب ہم نے ٹیکس کلیکٹر کو اختیارات اتنے دے دیے ہیں کہ وہ ٹیکس پیئر کو چھوڑتا ہی نہیں ہے. اب میرے سے بہتر آپ لوگ جانتے ہیں کہ اگر ہم ٹیکس, میں ہر پلیٹ فارم پہ صرف یہ کہتا ہوں کہ آپ ہمیں اختیارات نہ دیں, آپ صرف اتنا کر دیں کہ جو ٹیکس کلیکٹر ہے اس کو اکاؤنٹیبل کر دیں بس, کہ اس کی جتنی بھی اسیسمنٹس ہیں وہ ریورٹ بیک ہوتی ہیں. اگر آپ اس کو اکاؤنٹیبل کر دیں گے کہ تمہاری یہ اسیسمنٹس کیوں ریورٹ بیک ہوئی ہیں, تو الٹیمیٹلی آپ کا جو آؤٹ پٹ ہے وہ امپروو کر جائے گا. تو ہم ہر جو سسٹینیبلٹی ہے اس کو ہمیں ہر فیلڈ آف لائف میں اس کے ڈفرینٹ آنسرز ہیں اور وہ ڈفرینٹلی اپلیکیبل ہوگا. اب ہم نے اس کو کہاں کیسے اپلیکیبل کرنا ہے, میرے لیے سسٹینیبلٹی کا مطلب ہو سکتا ہے کچھ اور ہو, آپ کے لیے اس کی امپلیمنٹیشن کچھ اور ہو, لیکن سسٹینیبلٹی ٹو دا ایکسٹینڈ آف دا ورڈ از ویری گڈ, اور ہم چاہتے ہیں کہ سسٹینیبلٹی ہونی چاہیے. ٹائم بھی ختم ہو گیا. Thank you
Thank
very
you so
much.
much. Thank you. So key message is also driving accountability before answering the question ki sustainability kya hai. So thank you so much. With this, we can open the floor to Q&A from the audience. Yes, please go ahead.
سات دن کا ہے. پہلے ایک سمپل سا کوشچن ہے. پہلے تو یہ کہ ہم جب ابھی مائنڈ اسٹارمنگ کر رہے ہیں سارے پروفیسرز بیٹھے ہوئے ہیں اور ہم ایک کوشچن کیا اس نے کہ کتنے بڑے بڑے مائنڈ پاس ہو گئے. سمپل کوشچن, سمپل. وہ یہ ہے کہ ہم ایک برج کیوں نہیں بنا پائے اتھارٹیز کے بیچ میں, ایک ٹریڈ مین کے بیچ میں, ایک انڈسٹریز کے بیچ میں. کیوں ہماری ایگو سامنے آ رہی ہے, کیوں مجھے یہ آ رہا ہے کہ جیسے انہوں نے گیو اپ کر دیا شروع کے کوشچن میں. مجھے یہ لگتا ہے کہ سم ویئر ہماری پرسنل ایگو ہے کہ شاید میں اس کے پاس نہیں جاؤں میرا کام. ٹھیک ہے, ہم کیوں ایسے ہراس کر رہے ہیں, بیچارہ ایک بزنس مین کر رہے ہیں. میں نے بزنس اسٹارٹ کیا, میری فیملی نے اسٹارٹ کیا. یقین مانے 1.5 سال میں پڑھا لکھا بندہ ہوں, مجھے ایسے ایسے اداروں میں جانا پڑا جس کا میں نے پڑھا تھا, دیکھا تھا, جاتا بھی تھا. لیکن جیسے وہ ہراس کرتے ہیں, کہتے ہیں 50,000 والی چیز تمہاری 5,000 میں ہو جائے گی. اور ایسے ایک ادارہ نہیں کر رہا, بہت سارے ادارے کر رہے ہیں. ہم اسے موت دکھاتے ہیں, بخار لے جاتے ہیں. تھینک یو.
Thank you. Baki, I think I'll leave to the gentleman to answer on behalf of the government why they're not doing it. But as a Pakistani, as a country fellow, I think کہ یہ جو آپ کہہ رہے ہیں نا, اس کی بہت ساری ذمہ داری ہم سب پہ, because it has nothing to do with ego. It has to do with lack of ethics. The thing that I said earlier also, کہ ہم نے کہیں پر چھوڑ دیا ہے ethics کو. There is no concept in our society of being ethically, morally right anymore. That is not the criteria of success. That is not the criteria of social importance or social respect. کسی چیز کے کرائٹیریا میں ہماری سوسائٹی میں ایتھکس نہیں ہے, اور وہ آپ میں بھی نہیں ہے, وہ مجھ میں بھی نہیں ہے, وہ ہم سب میں نہیں ہے. سو جو یہ گورنمنٹ کرتی ہے, not you, pointing like this, but but جو گورنمنٹس کر رہی ہیں یا جو بزنس مین کر رہے ہیں, یا جو, یہ سب ریفلیکشن آف us ہے, and it can stop at us. It's very difficult. I will give you a personal story. I started off with a small business, and us waqt I was young and flamboyant and had this, which I still am, not young, but flamboyant, yes. Had this thing कि मैं रिश्वत नहीं दूंगी, you know. And I started with a small thing, like I wanted to, زمانے میں ہوا کرتا تھا ٹیلیفون لائنز چاہیے ہوتی تھی آپ کو اپنا انٹرنیٹ چلانے کے لیے, اور I applied for them. I would not get telephones installed in my facility. میری وہ 10 لائنیں جو چاہیے تھیں وہ مجھے نہیں, میں نے کہا میں نہیں دوں گی چاہے جو مرضی ہو جائے. started from the lowest of the, वो जो जब आप जाते हैं PTCL के दफ्तर में तो जो आपको first बंदा मिलता है, to their boss, to their boss, to their boss, till after 6 months I was sitting in front of the chairman with the head of PTCL, and I said कि यार ये क्या है, मैं यहाँ तक पहुँच गई हूँ, मैंने रिश्वत नहीं देनी, you know. And to the audacity that that's one day when I thought कि यार seriously, yeah. That guy said to me, देखें बीबी ये चलता है, चाय पानी तो देना होता है, थोड़ा सा ये लोग कर लेते हैं. And I just thought that you are you're sitting in front of somebody who's for 10 lines, know that, and you have the audacity to tell me that it is ye chalta hai. So I'm just saying that there are things that are so prevalent in our society कि आपको वो अगर खत्म करनी है तो उसमें हम सबको इन्वॉल्व होना है. ये जो एथिक्स जिसकी हम बात कर रहे हैं ना कंपनी में, वो एथिक्स कंपनी नहीं बिल्ड कर सकती, वो एथिक्स हमने बिल्ड करने हैं अपने आप में, अपने बच्चों में.
Very good, I agree. I think this needs a round of applause. Yes, please.
मैं भी इसका जवाब देना चाहूंगा क्योंकि मैं भी बिजनेसमैन हूँ और मैडम ने 6 महीने लगाए, मैं 6 मिनट लगाता और कहता जी जो आप कहते हैं वो ठीक है. पहली बात तो ये है कि बिजनेसमैन के पास ना इतना टाइम नहीं होता, हमें और बहुत से इश्यूज होते हैं. हमने बिजनेस को चलाना है, हमने अपने एम्प्लॉयर को पैसे देने हैं, ठीक है, एम्प्लॉय को. तो जब हमने ये देखना होता है ना कि सिस्टम रुक जाएगा, हमने बैंक से पैसे लिए हुए हैं, यार ये कैसे होगा, कंप्लीट कैसे होगा. इन शॉर्ट आंसर सिर्फ ये दूंगा, हम अकाउंटेबिलिटी नहीं है. जब आपके सिस्टम में अकाउंटेबिलिटी आ जाती है ना तो तब सारा सिस्टम ठीक हो जाता है. एथिक्स हो ना हो नो प्रॉब्लम, लेकिन इफ यू आर अकाउंटेबल देन सिस्टम ठीक चलता है. दूसरा, हम हमेशा सिस्टम को अपनी मर्जी से चलाते हैं, सिस्टम में चलना चाहिए. मैं लाहौर चैम्बर का प्रेसिडेंट बना हूं तो मैंने लाहौर चैम्बर जिस तरह से चल रहा था मैं उस तरह से नहीं चला रहा. मैंने कहा बुक क्या कहती है, आर्टिकल्स क्या कहते हैं, मेमोरेंडम क्या कहता है, इसने कितने बजे शुरू होना है, कितने बजे बंद होना है, मेरी ड्यूटीज क्या है. जो बुक कहती है मुझे बता दो बस, दैट इज बाइबल फॉर मी. तो अगर हम सिस्टम में चलेंगे सब कुछ ठीक हो जाएगा, और अकाउंटेबिलिटी, दो चीजें कर लेंगे, एवरीथिंग विल बी फाइन. थैंक यू.
Thank you.
Do not take it as a criticism, but जो आपका basic question था, it had a lot of assumptions and perception. ऐसी बिल्कुल कोई बात नहीं है कि ये gap जो है ये bridge नहीं हुआ. We very very regularly as the investment promotion organization, हम stakeholders के साथ very regularly we sit with them, and we've got very formal forums for it. आपने शायद कभी नाम सुना public private dialogue. We do it with every sector, so there is no gap. हाँ, आपको गैप कहाँ नजर आता है इम्प्लीमेंटेशन के अंदर. देयर इज मैंने आपको शुरू में भी एडमिट की थी बात कि देयर इज अ सर्टेन फ्लो मोमेंटम जो कि चीज नेगेटिव चीजों को भी कुछ देर तक कैरी फॉरवर्ड करता है. बट देयर इज अ लॉट ऑफ इम्प्रूवमेंट एज वेल. सब कुछ बुरा नहीं है, चीजें इंप्रूव हो रही हैं. हमारे कई इनिशिएटिव्स हैं, पाकिस्तान रेगुलेटरी मॉडर्नाइजेशन इनिशिएटिव, स्टेट ऑफ द आर्ट. कितने थर्ड वर्ल्ड की कंट्रीज होंगे, कितने डेवलपिंग नेशंस होंगी जिन्होंने अपनी registrations, licenses, NOCs को map digitally कर लिया है, and then they're one fine morning they're going to tell that all this is that you're going to comply with, and then that shall actually transform into one unified application for every business, and that shall transform into, without any requirement of a pre-license, you can go start your business other than a negative list. So things happen gradually. Graduation का period government का थोड़ा सा लंबा हो सकता है, बिजनेस ज्यादा एजाइल हो सकते हैं. मैं आपकी बात से सर बिल्कुल एग्री करता हूं, बट देयर इज नो अदर वे. वी हैव टू वर्क टुगेदर. वी कैन लर्न फ्रॉम यू, वी कैन लर्न फ्रॉम द इंडस्ट्री. सो गैप नहीं है बिल्कुल भी, आप इसकी फिक्र ना करें.
Thank you, Sohail. And thank you also for the question. I think it takes a lot of courage to stand up and really share your thoughts. And I really also have to thank the panel for courageously sharing their insights. Yes, we need to think about accountability. We need to really think about having ethics at an individual level. And we really need to have the right measurement systems all across the organizations, also in the governments, also in our individual personal lives. So with this, I would like to bring the panel to a close. I would like to thank the panelists for taking out time for us. And I would also like to thank you for really participating well with us.
May I request panelists to take their seats for a while, just for a few seconds. Yeah. So very interesting discussion. Thank you very much, Komal, for drawing these valuable insights the panelists have shared. So just a token of appreciation for our esteemed panelist here, may I request Mr. Joseph, Mr. Asad Hamid Khan, Mr. Mohammed Shahid Khan, Ms. Shaista Aisha, Mr. Haroon Ahmed Jan, and Mr. Mohammed Shahid to come on stage, please, for the token of appreciation. Can we line up for a group photograph? Shahid, I think you should. Haan, please. May I request Joseph and Asad and Shahid and Shaista to please step forward for the token of appreciation distribution. Shai. So can we have the memento for our wonderful moderator, Komal Altaf? Round of applause. Thank you, Komal. May we have the token of appreciation for Kashif Anwar, President, Lahore Chamber of Commerce and Industries. Thank you very much, sir, for being part of this panel, for your candid conversation. Next, we have, can we have the token of appreciation for Mr. Suhail Qadri? Thank you. Suhail Qadri Saab, he's the Director of Projects and Policy Research and Company Secretary at PBIT. Thank you. Can we have a token of appreciation for Masooma Zaidi, Vice President, Sales, Interloop Limited? Thank you very much, ma'am, for your presence in this panel today. A token of appreciation for Mr. Mohammed Awais, partner, Ernst & Young, Ford Roads. Round of applause. And lastly, for Mr. Shahzeb Sawal, fellow member of ACCA, member of Member Network Panel of ACCA, and a senior director and consultant at Big Four. Thank you very much, Sir Shahzeb. So thank you very much to our panel, and I would request Mr. Asad and Mr. Shahid to stay on stage, please. Okay. I would like to Gigi. So I just want to present some token of appreciation to our partners who have shown support for this event and made it possible. So Scans, our platinum partner for today, we have a representation, I think, for Siha Nasir, Manager Quality and Assurance Scans, if we can have you on stage. Thank you. Thank you, Scans, for being our platinum partner. May I request Box Solution Limited to please come on stage. Adroit Accountics, Obox Accounting is our gold partner for this conference. And lastly, may I request Mr. Abdul Wahab, campus in charge of PAC Lahore. PAC College Private Limited has been our gold partner in this conference. Thank you, Asad. Thank you, Shahid. So, ladies and gentlemen, we've finally come to the end of the series. This year's insightful and exciting Pakistan Leadership Conversations journey. I'm certain that everyone is satisfied with the learning gained from today's discussions. And before I close this session, I'd like to invite Mohammad Shahid Khan, Head of Business Development, Central ACCA Pakistan, to deliver the closing address.
So thank you very much, Javeria. Thank you very much, team. What a difficult time to make closing remarks when lunch is about to be served. So I'll be taking 2 minutes from all of you. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, people on this planet are going through very difficult times and unprecedented times. These natural calamities, COVID, and now these economic pressures are forcing public as well as all countries to change the way they work. Here at ACCA Pakistan Leadership Conversation, along with our partners, ACCA want to drive these conversations so that we collectively thrive from this situation. Pakistan in particular is facing severe challenges. Being the 5th largest country in terms of population across the globe, we still contribute only less than 0.4% to world GDP. And by the way, the top 4 countries are contributing over 45% to the world GDP. We also know that Pakistan used to be number 4 when we talked about Asian largest economies in 60s. But now we are not even in the top 10. We also know, we have heard from Amjad Saab as well, that Pakistan, there is another biggest challenge that we are facing, that 25 million kids are out of school and they are not learning, and we are not providing any technical assistance to them. But the positive side is that we and the globe know that we have been a resilient nation. So, in order to remain relevant to the world, what all we have to do, that we have to be bold and have to make those brave decisions. If we wish to remain relevant and if we wish to improve or double our economy size from $350 billion to $700 billion, we have to double the productivity of our 70 million workforce. And people talked about gender diversity as well, whereas out of these 70 million, hardly 20% workforce are women. So we have rightly mentioned by our speakers that we have to improve women in our workforce as well. So for this, what we have to do is learn fast, adapt quickly, and thrive to shape the future. In the end, I would like to thank our global president, Mr. Joseph, for taking time out and traveling to Pakistan, our ACCA team, our Iron Man, Asad Hamid Khan, and 60 conversation leaders who have spoke in 3 cities across Pakistan, approximately 1,000 ACCA members and employers who participated face-to-face, and thousands of our participants who joined us online, and 30 employers, including supporting partners, because without their support, this event would have not been possible. So, who stood beside us, and we sort of made it happen. Last but not the least, I would want to thank my entire team, because without their support and tiring effort, this event would have not been possible. Our vendors, AVL, Saqib Bhai, our office staff, our ACCA volunteers, and last but not the least, my own colleague Javeria, who did a fantastic job as an MC. They all deserve a huge round of applause. So guys, keep these conversations going. Take these learnings to your offices, to your boardrooms, and try to make this world and Pakistan a better place to live. Thank you very much, everyone. Enjoy your meal.